Thank you, my lord. State calls Refilwe Sikhobe.
Please give your full names to the court.
Refilwe Sikhobe, my lord.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
Can you just tell me which number of the witness list?
My lord, for the purpose of orientation, the statement was not obtained by this witness or from this witness. This is the witness that commissioned 2 statements in the docket, and it's for that purpose that she's being called.
Thank you. You may be seated, ma'am. Let's just check the microphones.
Testing 1, 2.
Refilwe, Refilwe. Sekhobe, Sikhobe, my lord. I am a detective constable, my lord.
Detective Constable Yellow.
How many years have you been in service?
The peculiarity of the case
6 years of service, my lord.
says the idea
Please tell the honorable court with which unit you are currently based.
can be the also and but the
I am with the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Investigation Unit, my lord.
FSC. FCS.
Very well. We've heard from one Sergeant Wolfman that you were in his company on the 20th of February 2024. Is that correct?
Dat was de tijdens van Wednesday.
That's correct, my lord.
Please can you tell the honorable court how the events of that day unfolded?
Our unit was working in Mauriceburg on that day, my lord. Sergeant Milstein was the detective on standby for our unit on that day, my lord. I was driving with him in the same vehicle. He received a call from Saldanha Bay Police Station. That's when he was informed that there is a missing child that was reported on the night of the 19th of February 2024, my lord. I drove with Sergeant Milstein from Mauriceburg to Saldanha, my lord. On arrival in Saldanha, we stopped at the police station and we were informed that everyone is at the home of the missing child, my lord.
Most of the victims from Saldanha, Als ons meer gaat doen dat alle personeel dat proberen zo geweest bij die is aan de kant.
We were informed that Sergeant Cleophas is the one who is leading the group that was at the premises, my lord.
Ons was very good dat er staan veel persoon gestaan. Waar allemaal dat de hele was.
We drove to the area called Middle Coast, my lord, in South Island.
Ons het toen gereden naar area en Middle Coast.
On arrival at the premises, my lord, there were a group of people and then we spoke with Sergeant Cleophas.
Met aankomst ben je meer gekomen naar wat aan goed bezig is. Want het werd gebruikt om te staan in Cleophas.
We needed to speak with the mother of the missing child and Sergeant Cleophas showed us the missing child's mother, my lord.
Ons wil gesprek hadden met die ma van de kind. Dus dan Cleophas het gesprek apart is geweest.
The missing child's mother stated interview with the missing child's mother, my lord.
De verklaring van die vermiste kind se ma was klaar. Right? Ons wil net gauw met haar onderhoud voer.
From the mother, we found out that she had left the children with her boyfriend, my lord.
Vanaf die ouer, die ma, het het voorkom asof die kinders in die zorg van hulle van haar kerel gelaat was.
We then spoke with the boyfriend, my lord.
Ons het met die kerel toe gepraat.
And then in the interview with the boyfriend, just when we found out that it was another person that is taking at the house on that day, my lord.
Met die gesprek of die onderhoud met die kerel, het het toe voorkom dat daar 'n ander persoon was op die dag van die voorval by die woning.
And the person that was mentioned was Miss Laurentia Lombard.
Van Melkama was mevrou Laurentia Lombard.
She's
Laurentia Lombard.
She is staying in a close vicinity with where the missing child is residing.
Sy bly in die naby van waar hierdie vermiste kind soms verword.
When I learned of this, my lord, I immediately asked if anyone knows it, then so that I can interview her, my lord.
Nadat ek dit verneem het, gevra of enige persoon bekend is met haar, sodat ek met ander ook kan voel.
Miss Lombard was called, my lord.
Mevrou Lombard was toe dat roep.
On arrival, I introduced myself to her, my lord.
In die aankomst het ek myself aan haar.
I informed her that we are getting witnesses to assist us find the missing child.
Ek het toe gesels op soek na getuies wat ons kan help in verband met die vermiste kind.
And I've learned from the boyfriend of the mother of the missing child that she is one of the people that had been at a residence on that day, my lord.
Ek het toe vergelig dat die kerel van die vermiste kind se ma het het genoem dat sy betrokke was op die dag dat sy by die woning was op die dag toe die kind vermis word.
Were you informed of all the people that were present
Was
where
die
the child was missing on the 19th?
was die ingelig van alle persone wat in orde was gedurende die vermis van die kind van die 19 van die tweede maand.
At that moment, my lord, from Miss Kelly's boyfriend, Mr. Apollos, that is commonly known as Buddha, from him I'd already learned of Miss Laurentia Lombard, my lord.
Op daardie stadium het die loop in verband met die kerel van die vermiste kind met naam genoem Buddha, het ek gehoor van Laurentia Lombard as een van die persone wat daar was.
Miss Laurentia Lombard came and I introduced myself, as I've already said, my lord. I informed her that I need to interview her and I will also be obtaining a statement from her regarding the events of that day Joslin Smith went missing, my lord.
Verklaring van haar vriend van het gebeuren van die dag.
She informed me that she does not have a problem with that, my lord.
Sy het ook gesê sy het geen probleem daarmee nie.
She informed me that she left her two small children alone at home, so she will just have to go and inform her boyfriend who was working at a nearby car wash, my lord.
Sy het ook gesê ek het kleedkinders by ons agtergelaat. Ek moet net my kerel gaan inlig wat er in AB die car wash was.
She said she's going to ask him to go to the house to look after the children while I'll be busy interviewing and obtaining a statement, my lord.
Sy het ook gesê sy wil hê jy moet na die kinders kyk gedurende die waarin hoe ek en sy toe van ons so gevoer het.
She then left, my lord, and not long after that she came back, my lord.
Sy is toe weg, nie lang daarna sy teruggekeer.
And that is when I obtained her statement, my lord.
Dit is toe ek 'n verklaring van haar gekry het.
In what language did you converse with her?
En watter taal het julle gepraat?
I was communicating in Afrikaans with her, my lord.
In Afrikaans en Nederlands.
I'm going to hand a statement to you. My Lord, for the purpose of the record, this is marked A5 in the docket. Please confirm, ma'am, if this is indeed the statement that you obtained from Ms. Namla.
Gaan 'n verklaring aan die Koran kan jy net bevestig. Dit is 'n verklaring wat jy van haar mevrou Namla so gekry het.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Any objection to the statement being produced?
I have no objection.
This is fine. No objections, thank you. Certain witnesses will be brought to the microphone, please.
With respect to the board's can I have a request to be seated behind my learned colleague's table because I want to hear this questioning of the witnesses here and I want to hear all the questions.
Certainly. You notice take a seat on that side. Mr. Hansen, can you hear the words clearly?
It's very faint.
Mr. Sidney, I'm going to ask either the witness to move slightly forward towards the we're going to try and get the volume data, and I think it's also the prosecutor's microphone that we either need to adjust or we need to get closer to it. Thank you.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I think it's me that they cannot hear. I think this should be better for everybody. Very well. I have handed a statement to you.
Ek het aan die oor anders verklaring.
That is the original, my lord. I'm going to ask that that be handed in and marked as Exhibit N.
Yes, thank you.
Pardon me, my lord, I understand that exhibit number will not be, N was Sergeant Milstein's affidavit.
Thank you. So this is the exhibit code. Which is not self-requiring, 5, pages and indicates that it was deposed on 20th of February 2024 at 15 p.m. Thank you.
As it pleases the court, my lord. My lord, for what it's worth, I'm not going to have the witness read the contents of this affidavit into the record. I have canvassed this issue with my learned friends prior. They have no objection to it. Very well. Would you please describe what Ms. Lombard's demeanor was whilst you were interviewing her and noting her statement?
Kan u vir hom sê wat was juffrou Lombard se voorkoms toe u met haar gesels het en 'n ander gevoer het?
My lord, she was, if this is the correct word that I'm going to use, she was jittery. She was scratching in her arms, scratching in her head, my lord.
Sy was 'n bietjie bewerig as ek dit so doen, maar sy haarself aan het gekrap met haar arms en haar liggaam.
Did you inquire what the reason for that was?
Het u gevra wat die rede daarvoor was?
I had already learned that she is using drugs, my lord, so I just asked her if she had used any drugs on that day, my lord.
Ek was baie klaar bewus dat sy dwelms gebruik in haar baan. Ek het ook gevra of sy enige dwelms op die dag sou gebruik het.
And her answer was not yet, my lord.
Sy het toe gesê nog nie.
How did you learn that she had used drugs prior?
Hoe het u uitgevind dat sy dwelms tevore gebruik het?
From the interview with that me and Sergeant Molstein had had with Mr. Apollos, my lord,
Die onderhoud was toe gehad het met Apollos die hele.
What happened after you noted her affidavit?
Nadat u 'n verklaring toegeneem het, wat het na dit gebeur?
I read her. I'm sorry, my lord, I don't understand the question correctly.
After you noted Ms. Lombard's affidavit, what happened next?
Nadat u die verklaring toe neergeskryf het, dat dit nie geneem het, wat het toe na dit gebeur?
After taking down her statement, my lord, I read it back to her,
Nadat u die verklaring van haar geneem het, u het dit aan haar teruggelees,
and she agreed with the contents of the statement, my lord.
sy het toe ingestem met die inhoud daarvan,
And I then did the oath questions with her, my lord,
ek het toe vrae gevra in verband met die eed aan haar,
and she understood everything, my lord.
sy het alles te verstaan wat ek gebaar het.
And she signed on her statement, my lord.
So sy het toe onder hierdie verklaring geteken.
And after that, I told her that she is excused, my lord.
Nadat ek het haar gesê, sy is toe verskoon.
Proceed, what happened next?
Nadat kan ek versorg sê wat gebeur het.
I then communicated with Sergeant Molstein and informed her that there is a name that was mentioned in Ms. Lombard's statement, my lord.
Ek het toe aan meneer Meester gesê dat daar 'n ander persoon in juffrou Lombard se verklaring so genoem was.
In her statement, she only mentioned the person known to, she said the person is only known to her as Steffi, my lord.
Die persoon op die verklaring wat in sy toe ook genoem het, was net bekend in haar met die naam van Steffi.
And this was the person that we weren't aware of, my lord.
Dit is die persoon wat ons nie van kennis gedra het in die hele.
What happened next?
Wat gebeur toe na dit?
As far as your investigation is concerned, did it conclude at that time or did you proceed further?
En in verband met die onderzoek, was het einde, of het u nog voortgegaan?
On that day, that was as far as taking statements, I was involved, my lord, but we then asked in the neighborhood if there is anyone who might have seen the missing child on that day, my lord. And
Op die dag in verband met die verklaring neem was het die einde eerder, maar wel. Ons het aan die neighborhood gevra of daar enige persoon wat kon sê of kennis dra van die kind wat vermis was.
Is it further correct, Constable, that you were involved in the taking of another statement, my lord, for the record, this is A13 in the docket.
As het recht zo dat u nog aan de verklaring zou genemen in verband met uw voorval?
I'm presenting the witness with the original. I simply wanted to confirm if this was indeed a statement she had noted. I have practiced this with Ms. Ngabai and she has no objection to it being handed into her part of the record.
Thank you. Mrs. Gabai, thank you.
Dus die verklaring waar we uiteindelijk moet bevestigen als de verklaring was vernemen,
I confirm, my lord, this is the statement.
bevestigen jullie.
Indeed, my lord. Constable, please tell the court how this statement came to be noted.
Kan u verhoor sê hoe hierdie verklaring sou geneem was?
My lord, I have met Mr. Stefano on the 22nd of February at his premises, my lord.
Ek het meneer Stefano by sy huis woning ontmoet julle waar met die 22ste.
I was with Sergeant Molstein when he received a call that Mr. Van Rijn is found. I just don't know who the call was coming from, my
Ek
lord.
was in die geboortemoedigheid van hulle skyn maar ek toe of ek so ontvang het dat meneer Van Rijn gevind was. Ek kan net nie onloop van wie op gekom het nie.
Mr. Stefano is the person that was initially named Steffi, my lord, in Ms. Lombard's statement.
Stefano is die persoon wat genoem was in die verklaring van Lombard as Steffi.
Sergeant Molstein and I then went to the address that was given to us is where Mr. Stefano Van Rijn is residing, my lord.
Myself en Sergeant Molstein is toe na die adres wat gegee was aan meester waar hy so gewoon agter was.
On arrival at his house, my lord, there were people standing outside and there were people inside the house with Mr. Van Rijn as well, my lord.
Met die aankomst by die woning was daar mense buite, die woning en mense binne die woning met meneer Van Rijn.
Do you perhaps recall what address you visited, if possible?
Kan nie moontlik onthou watter adres was toe aan julle gegee?
It was in Arend Street in Diasville.
Dit is in Arendstraat in Diasville.
Not sure the address, it's either 8 or 18, my lord.
Ek is seker van die nommer die bene waar is dit was anders 8 of 18.
On the exhibit P, the address is used as 8 on C.
Thank you, my lord.
Very well, proceed.
U kan na voortgaan.
When we entered the premises, Mr. Stefano was sitting down Van Rijn was sitting down on a couch, my lord.
Toe ons die woning binne tree julle waar het meneer Stefano gesit op 'n rusbank.
He was talking, I believe he was answering the questions that had been asked prior to our arrival, my lord.
Hy het gepraat. Ek dog hy vraag aan wat hy so gevra was voor ons daar opgedaag het.
Can I just stop you there? Who was inside the house?
Wie was in die huis gewees, in die woning gewees?
It was mostly the community members. They appeared to be members of the politician parties not politician, the search and rescue groups, my lord, because of the t-shirts they were wearing, my lord.
Meeste van die mense wat binne die swart en woon was die mense van reden. Ons kon sien dat hulle klere aangehad het.
As someone that was mentioned in Ms. Lombard's affidavit, was Mr. Conway someone that you were looking for as the police?
Toen, as aangesien van juffrou Lombard toen hulle van Rens of van melding gemaakt het, was men van die persoon wat op zoek was uit de politie.
Yes, my lord, we were looking for him.
Dus rechts zo eerlijk waren.
And we heard from other witnesses that the search for Joslin continued, and they would take it, the investigation is continued.
Van andere getuigen zijn het voorgegaan dat het gekomen dat die zoek naar Joslin zo voorgegaan het en die zo die onderzoek ook voortgaan.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus rechts zo eerlijk waren.
Very well. You say that they were personally aside, describe them. What were they doing? What were they talking about?
Hier beschrijft van mensen waarin de wonen kan niet op zijn waar worden gepraat.
They were talking about Mr. Van Ryn's whereabouts on the day that Joslin Smith went missing, my lord.
Alleen gepraat over waar men van Rijn zich bevinden op die dag van de kind vermist raak.
And from what I can recall, what was said in my presence when I was there, my lord.
Van wat ik van in woord gedaan.
If I remember correctly, Mr. Van Ryn said he was at Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos' residence on that day that...
Als ik mooi kan verlopen, maar het voorkomt alsof meneer Van Ryn gezegd dat hij was wel bij die woning van juffrou Smith en meneer Apollos samen gebleven.
On the day that Joslin went missing, my lord.
Op die dag dat Joslin vermist raak in de paard.
And he also made mention that Ms. Laurentia also came to the premises on that day, my lord.
Hij heeft ook gezegd hier dat Laurentia op die dag naar de woning gekomen.
And if it's in his statement, but if I recall correctly, he also said that what he can recall is Ms. Laurentia left with little Joslin Smith, and Joslin never came back, according to Mr. Stefano Van Ryn on the 22nd of February 2024, my lord.
Als ik dat mooi kan onderwijlen, want het voorkomt in zijn verklaring dat ook genoemd dat juffrou Lombard zo weggegaan met die kind, Joslin, en Joslin is weer teruggekeerd.
I don't remember if there was a question posted at him as to what does he think might have happened to the child, my lord.
Ik weet nog dat er vraag zo aan ons gevraagd was of want ik weet wat zo van die kind geworden heeft.
But I remember he also, in him talking, he also said that he suspects that Ms. Laurentia Lombard's boyfriend, which is Ayanda, might have given the child to her Sangoma, my lord.
Wat ik wel kan van onthouden dat ze een ander aspect van hem gekregen dat hij zou zeggen dat hij verdient die kerel van juffrou Lombard, Mr. Ayanda, wat mondeling kan zo veranderd aan de Sangoma.
So essentially, this was Mr. Van Ryn's theory regarding the disappearance of Joslin Smith.
That's correct, my lord.
So dus wat bij meneer Van Ryn zou verdinken in verband met juffrou Mr. Joslin Smith getest heeft, dat is wel eerlijk.
What happened further?
Wat het te ver gebeurd?
Mr. On that day, Mr. Van Ryn's statement wasn't obtained, my lord. Was not obtained. my
Op
lord.
jullie dan was dit, was het verklaring niet, meneer Van Ryn zijn verklaring niet geneemd eerlijk.
Why was that?
Kom was dit?
He was a bit emotional, my lord,
Hij was een beetje emotioneel eerlijk.
and he would be smiling and laughing, and then all of a sudden he would just be shouting and talking loud. So his emotional state was not consistent, my lord.
Hij heeft zo nou naar glimlach en gelach, dat heeft hij afgepraat. Ik zeg, emotionele staat was niet, wat vandaag ook niet gevaar.
What did you make of this behavior?
Wat heb je van jullie op die van Rein gemaakt?
Having learned that he is also using drugs, my lord, I suspected that that might be the cause of his behavior at that moment, my lord.
Did the police follow up on the information or the theory that accused number 2 had informed you?
Die polisie die informatie opgevolgd dat verskillend nummer 2 aan uw orgaan.
It was followed up, my lord.
Dit was opgevolgd eerder.
There wasn't a specific names of the sangomas that were given by Mr. Van Rein.
Just repeat that, please.
There wasn't specific names or addresses that of sangomas that were given by Mr. Van Rein as to where he's, which sangoma is he suspecting that Mr. Ayanda might have sold or given the child to, my lord.
Daar was nie specifieke namen, adres van wonings verskaf van meneer Van Rein in verband met die sangoma wat hy van melding gemaakt het in Ayanda.
The nearby sangomas that are known, that are residing near the address where Joslin was last seen, however, were visited, my lord.
Die sangomas in naby waar Joslin so gesien was mense wat gaste was.
And there was no evidence found of Joslin being there, my lord.
Geen getuigenis gevind dat Joslin daar so was.
And specifically Ayanda, was that premises visited?
En spesifiek met Ayanda was die woning toe bygevoeg.
It was visited, my lord, and his house was searched, my lord.
Die huis is toe na gegaan en hy is toe deursoek.
And there was no evidence being found of Joslin being at the premises, my lord.
Geen getuigenis gevind op die woning of Joslin daar was.
So after the police exhausted the theory of Mr. Van Rein, what happened next?
Nadat die polisie toe hierdie gedagte van meneer Van Rein toe na gevolg het, wat het verder gebeur?
The search of Joslin continued, my lord. There were different role players that were involved to assist with the search of Joslin, my lord.
Die soektocht van Joslin te voortgegaan was verskillende wat so gehelp het met hierdie soek.
And what happened on the 29th of February?
Wat het gebeur op die 29 Februarie?
On the 29th of February, my lord, on that day I was working with my then unit commander, Captain Chetty, my lord.
Op hierdie dag die ene het ek toe met my eenheidse commander, Chetty, Captain Chetty was in die werker.
I remember he received a call. I suspect it was from Sergeant Molstein, but I didn't inquire from who the call came from, my lord.
Ek kan onthou dat hy 'n oproep ontvang het. Ek het gedink dat moontlik van Sergeant Molstein.
After the phone call, Captain Chetty told me that we need to go to Saldanha police station because he has just been informed that Mr. Stefano Van Rein has been brought in, my lord.
Na die oproep het Captain Chetty moes gaan na die polisiestasie in Saldanha, want meneer Van Rein was ingebring.
We then drove to Saldanha police station, my lord.
Ons is toe na Saldanha polisiestasie.
On arrival at the police station, we found Mr. Van Rein. He was inside the police station at the CSC, my lord.
Met aankomst by die Saldanha polisiestasie was Mr. Van Rein in die polisiestasie by die aanklagkantoor.
Sergeant Molstein was talking to Mr. Van Rein when we arrived, my lord.
Sergeant Molstein het as die gesels met meneer Van Rein ons aankom.
He then said to me and Captain Chetty that he needs to address the members of the political parties that were standing also in the CSC, my lord.
So ek het gevra dat ek Chetty moet mense aanspreek van die gemeenskap van die politieke party wat in die stad agtergekom was.
I'm not sure whether I heard the evidence from the witness correctly, because the interpreter seemed that Captain Chetty and her Mr. addressed the community.
That's
The evidence I heard was that Mo's son was going to address the community.
My apologies, man. Most mensen in die gemeenschap zo toespreken.
You heard me correctly, my lord.
Do you know who brought Mr. Van Ryn to the police station?
Kan u weet wie meneer Van Ryn zo dat ons kan gewonnen?
I do not know, my lord, and I did not inquire.
Nee, jullie waren niet kan ik kennis hebben. Ik vraag de navraag aan u.
Very well, proceed.
Je kan maar goed van.
Sergeant Milstein then said to me and Captain Chetty that seeing that we haven't, Mr. Van Ryn's statement hasn't been obtained yet, if we can please assist him with obtaining Mr. Van Ryn's statement, my lord.
Sergeant, maar is het aangezien daar nog een verklaring gekregen is van Ryn, kan ons toezien dat de verklaring van gekregen wordt.
Was Mr. Van Ryn the only person that was brought in?
Was meneer Van Ryn de enige persoon dat ingebracht was?
I do not know, my lord, and I did not answer, but at that moment, Mr. Van Ryn was the one that we needed to obtain statement from, my lord.
Ik weet niet eerlijk dat je navraag gaat doen, maar meneer Van Ryn was de persoon waarop die dag wat is verklaring moest gekregen.
Very well, proceed.
I then asked Mr. Van Ryn to accompany me and Captain Chetty to our victim-friendly room, my lord.
Ik heb toen meneer Van Ryn gevraagd voor mijzelf en Captain Chetty en het geestel naar een kamer waar we ons met slachtoffers zo vragen.
How would you describe his demeanor and appearance on this day?
Hoe zal die dan zijn voorkomst op die dag nou betekenen?
On this day, my lord, he appeared more relaxed, my lord, compared to the last time when I saw him for the first time, my lord.
Hij heeft meer kalm voorgekomen hier waren in verband met de eerste keer gezien heb.
Proceed.
When we got into the room, my lord,
Kantoor of kamer inkom,
Captain Chetty did the introduction, my lord.
Captain Chetty heeft toe aan de aanstelling voorstelling om voor te gaan hier.
Captain Chetty would have taken Mr. Van Ryn's statement, my lord.
Captain Chetty zou die verklaring van Ryn meer eerder.
Captain Chetty's handwriting wasn't so legible, my lord. Then I asked him if he would, if I could take Mr. Van Ryn's statement, my lord.
Captain Chetty zijn schreef was al hier bij het beter was hier waar ik heb gevraagd dat hij die verklaring moet afnemen.
On the previous, I've learned that Mr. Van Ryn is actually someone who likes to talk, so I expected him to be the same on this day, my lord. So I asked for Captain Chetty's laptop to rather type the statement, as it would be more neater, my lord.
Can the witness just explain, repeat the first part?
On the previous time when I met with Mr. Van Ryn, my lord,
De eerste keer toen ik meneer Van Ryn zo ontmoet,
he was talking too much, my lord.
hij was bij gepraat.
So on this day, I also expected the same, my lord.
Het zou dezelfde vandaag op jullie dag eerder.
So I believed writing would have taken longer, my lord,
Om meer te stellen, zodat het zo langer neemt.
and it would be easier for me to type the statement, my lord.
Het zou makkelijker zijn voor mij om jullie laten gaan te kijken.
And that's when I asked for Captain Chetty's laptop, my lord, and I typed the statement, my lord.
Just to add, Captain Chetty's woordrekenaar van Sinne, ek het die verklaring getik.
I informed Mr. Van Rijn that we are communicating in Afrikaans, my lord.
Ek het daarop toegesê en meneer Van Rijn sê dat ons gaan communiceer in Afrikaans.
I will be typing, however, his statement in English if it's fine with him, my lord.
En ek het aan wel gesê, ek gaan die verklaring tik in Engels as dit in orde is met hom.
And he had no issue with that, my lord.
Hy het toegesê, geen probleem, ek het die koers oorgedraai.
I informed him that the purpose of his statement is to record his movements of the day that Joslin Smith went missing, my lord.
Ek het ook gesê, die rede vir die verklaring ons gesien, die beweging op die dag toe Joslin Smith so vermis raak.
And I asked him to tell us step by step what he did and where he was and with who on that day, my lord.
Om stap vir stap, vir ons te oordra waar hy was en met wie.
And I took down his statement as he was explaining his day of the 19th of February 2024, my lord.
Aangezien het geweten dat waar hy was, op die 19 Februari 2024, het ek alles neergeskryf neergegaan.
Was there anything that concerned you in the version that was relayed to you on the 29th as opposed to what you were informed of on the 22nd of February?
Is daar enigszins wat gekwel het in verband met die 29e wat die kwentelste aan die oorgedra is?
The one thing that stood out for me,
Belangrijke punt wat uitgestaan het hier.
I have learned that on the 19th of February was a very hot day, my lord.
Ek het uitgevind op die 19de Februari was dit 'n baie warm dag.
And with the interview of Mr. Van Rijn, I learned that he was sitting inside Miss Kelly Smith's shack, my lord.
Ek het uitgevind dat op hierdie dag het meneer Van Rijn binne die huis woning van juffrou Smith gesit.
And Miss Smith's children were playing outside, my lord.
En die kinders van juffrou Smith het buite gespeel.
The main thing that stood out for me, I wanted to know from where Mr. Van Rijn was sitting inside, could he see the children outside where they were playing, my lord?
Wat van belang was wat gehoor was hier dat hy gewoon net aan van meneer Van Rijn verneem of hy die tyd toe die kinders buite speel en waar hy so gesit het wanneer die kinders sien.
Because his version on the 22nd was that Joslin went with Miss Lombard to her house and Joslin never came back, my lord.
Want sy weergawe op die eerste ons op ontmoet het hier waar ek meen ons dat juffrou Lombard as toe weg met Joslin van Ensa, maar sy het weer teruggekeer met juffrou Lombard.
So what I inquired from Mr. Van Rijn was, did he physically see with his own eyes Miss Lombard go to her house with Joslin and Miss Lombard coming back without Joslin, my lord?
Wat my vraag aan was geweest of hy fisies van juffrou Lombard gesien het weggaan met Joslin en nie weer teruggekeer het met Joslin.
And his answer was he did not see, from where he was sitting, he couldn't see the children playing outside and he couldn't see when Miss Lombard came back, if she came with a child or not, my lord.
Sy antwoord was geweest van waar hy was en die kinders sien. Ek kon ook nie fisies sien dat juffrou Lombard met die kind weg was en weer teruggekeer met die kind.
And when you refer to child, you're referring specifically to Joslin Smith. He wasn't able to confirm that he didn't see the return, is that correct?
That's
Meneer melding of van kind, specifiek Joslin, dis is weg en terug.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so hele.
Did he concede that that was his assumption?
Het hy toe aan die oorgedra dat hy moet daar mene daarop gedink.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so hele.
Was there anything else that stood out as far as his versions went?
Is daar enigiets anders wat uitgestaan het in terwyl met sy weergawe?
Not that I can think of for now, my lord.
Nie wat ek nou kan van dink die hele.
Now, when you noted his statement, and we see it is in English, was the statement read back to him?
Toen hij die verklaring toeneem en vertaald in Engels, was het terug aan hem gelezen.
That was read back to him, my Lord.
En was
And
er gelezen aan om hier dat waren.
after reading it to him, seeing that it is typed, I told him that I will have to print it, and after printing it, he will have to go through it himself just to confirm that what I read is exactly what I printed, my Lord.
Ik heb nadat ik dat voor gelezen heb, gezegd dat het moet geprint worden en hij moet deur gaan om zeker te maken dat hij aan voorgelezen is wat in die verklaring staat.
Did that happen?
En dat toen gebeurd,
It happened, my Lord.
dat gebeurt hier.
Very well. What happened after you noted his statement?
Nadat hij zijn verklaring toegenomen heeft, wat er toen gebeurd.
I also did the oath questions with Mr. Van Rijn, my
En
Lord.
dat toen die vraag gevraagd verband met die eet hier maar.
I remember when I was doing the oath in Afrikaans, he still laughed and said he's used to it being done in English, my Lord.
Just repeat that for the interpreter.
I'm saying, my Lord, when I did his oath,
Nou,
When I-
toen die eet aan hem hier.
when I put him under oath in Afrikaans, my Lord, he still laughed at me and said he's used to it being done in English, my Lord.
Hij heeft toch gelachen, want hij zei was gewoon dat ze het doen met in Engels.
What happened next?
Maar dat toen had het gebeurd.
After his statement was signed, my Lord, I told Mr. Van Rijn that I don't think there is anything further that I will need from him.
Nadat ik die verklaring geteken is, heb ik toen meneer Van Rijn gezegd, ik denk niet dat er iets anders wat ik aan hem kan verwachten.
And I told him that he's excused, my Lord.
Ik heb toen gezegd, ik heb iets verzoekt, en dat toen gezegd is verschoond hier aan.
Very well. Is there anything else you wish to add?
Is daar nog iets wat je wil bijvoegen?
No, my Lord.
Nee, helemaal.
My Lord, excuse me. Thank you, my Lord. That's all for this witness.
Mr. Hans, any questions?
My Lord, I have no questions.
Ms. Carin, you may come to the defense that we have to submit. Sit.
Morning, Sergeant Comment. Good morning. I am Miss Kabayi from Nobakan Kabayi Attorneys, representing Sivino, Dumaizo, Dwayne, Van Rijn in this matter. That is taken from my time.
Dankbaar is voor die verklaring dat ik gezien heb aan het eind, dat de details gestemd is.
I see the time statement was commissioned was 5:30 in the evening or afternoon.
Die tijd gebruikt op die verklaring beëdigd zal op 6 uur namiddag.
Is that correct?
Is het rechts?
If that's what's written on the statement, then that's correct, my Lord.
Als het dat op die verklaring geschreven is hier op aarde, dan kan dat het recht.
And it was taken by you.
Hier die verklaring genomen.
That's correct, my Lord.
Bevestig je dat maar.
Now, getting to the taking of the statement by yourself, on whose instructions or under whose directives did you take the statement from a time?
Deze instructies,
I'm Were you instructed by Sergeant Mixter?
As dito at sa Frader, Susan, may sila naman dito pa niya.
That's correct, my lord.
Sa reso yung labar.
If so, do you know how my client was brought to the police station?
As dat het geval is, weet u die cliënt die polisie gebring was?
I do not know, my lord.
En weet u die geval?
Mr. Mixter has told us he was brought by committee members and of the Patriotic Allowance Group members.
Meneer Mills het gesê is geneem, is gebring aan die polisie deur die gemeenskap leiers, mense en van die Patriotic Alliance lede.
If that's what my colleague testified, then I believe that's how he was brought in, my lord.
As dit die geval is, soos die collega's al glo dat is hoe hy ingebring was.
You would have no knowledge of how long was he in the hands of the said committee members and the Patriotic Alliance Group.
So die sal nie kan weet vir hoe lang hy met hierdie mense was by die Patriotic Alliance en die gemeenskap.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so jy loop.
You also have no knowledge as to how he was treated by such groups.
Die traffic kennis hoe hy so behandel was, dit selfs op gesoek.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so jy loop.
You did not ask all these issues from him.
Die het nie hierdie alle hierdie belangrike punte na hom gevra.
No, my lord. All I asked him was, is he fine with me interviewing and obtaining a statement, my lord? And he said he was fine with it, my lord.
Nee, jy laat maar wat ek wel om te praat is alleen, as jy in 'n posisie dat ek voortgaan om verklaring van op te neem, en toe gesê hy is.
Do you know how long he was with Sergeant Mixter?
Kan jy weet nie hoe lang was hy met Sergeant Mixter?
I do not know, my lord, and I did not inquire that as well, my lord.
Ek draai nie kennis hier op waar ek so vraag gevra.
Do you know the extent of his interview with Mr. Mixter and how long did it take?
Weet jy die onderhoud met hom en Milstein hoe dit soms gehop so, hoe lang sal dit geneem het?
I have no knowledge, my lord.
Ek weet nie hele.
How is your Afrikaans command?
Hoe is Afrikaans gesproken?
Good, my lord.
Goed, hele maar.
I can see. I see that you didn't use an interpreter when you were taking my client's statement.
Ek kan sien dat die tot so gaan dat u daar neem.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so hele maar.
Did you ask him what standard of education he has?
Ek het nie van gevra wat is standaard op skool het. Wat hy het?
I did not, my lord.
Ek het nie hele.
You told before that you were taking his statement in the office. I'm quoting you wrong.
Yes,
Is it an advance?
Hy het gesê die program kan in die kantoor. Ek kan van my reg na sy verkeerd is.
It is at it's normally now called a victim-friendly room or victim support room, my lord. It is a room at Saldanha Police Station, my lord.
As 'n kamer by Saldanha Polisiestasie waar slagoffers in 'n bar moet gehou. Waar onder die That's where we normally sit with witnesses when obtaining statement because it's more private and there is a bit of comfort in my lord. Dis waar ons moontlik verklaring van getuies waar hulle moontlik vry voel. Rather than standing at the CSC, my lord. In plaas om die aanklag te staan.
You told this court that my client looked relaxed when you were taking the statement from him.
Die het gesê om as kalm die verklaring van opneem.
That's correct, my lord. I was comparing to the previous time when I first met him at his residence, my lord.
Dis reg inderdaad wanneer dit vergelyk in verband met die eerste keer toe hom ontmoet het.
My point is that you also told this court that you were with the Captain Chetty on this day. At this time.
He was with Captain Chetty op die dag.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle.
Was my client coherent in giving his statement?
Was hy persoon laat sy verklaring
Coherent. he was not jumping from this point to that point, he was giving you a chronological.
Het is verklaard dat de manier gegee waarin die huurpad en daarpad en police orde.
That's correct, my lord.
Slechts eerlijkbaar.
Did you have any reasons to doubt that what he was telling you is not the truth?
Het u enige rede gehad om u te aanvaarden dat die voor u zo zijn in waar was?
No, my lord, I had no reasons.
Nee, eerlijkbaar.
Tell us the format of taking the statement. Was it the whole story narrated at once? Or was it a question and answer form?
Kan u verhoogstellen in wat de orde hier verklaard zo genomen is wat de persoon die hele verhalen niet oordra of was het een vraag antwoord?
I asked Mr. Van Rijn to tell us the story of that day from the beginning until the end of the day.
Ik heb hem gevraagd om aan het spoor te dragen, de gebeurtenis van die dag, van het begin tot het einde.
And with him telling the story, my lord, I was making notes without interrupting him, my lord.
Toen wij nou aan het spoor dragen, eerlijk waren van die historie, heb ik alles in kant geschreven, om niet om
As he, and before he started telling his story, I told him that once he's done telling his story, I might have questions, and I will ask him those questions if there's anything that I need him to clarify in his story, my lord.
Ik heb toen gezegd, aangezien ik nu met je gaan praten, en ik zekere goederen aan je gaan zeggen, ik ga het nieuws spreken, ik mag bij je vragen wat dat zekere goederen onduidelijk is.
And I did so, my lord, and then after asking the questions, I told him I'm going to start typing his statement, and with me typing the statement, you will have to tell the story again, my lord, so that I can type the statement, my lord.
Na dit het dan baie toe van gesê gaan nou die verklaring tik. Ek het ook nog vry iemand maar net weer van my sê. Wat ek met die woord gesê sodat ek my nog gaan sê dat dit tik.
Thank you very much, Sergeant, for that explanation. I will once again put to you that Sergeant Milstein told this honorable court that he read the statement he took from my client after you completed.
Milstein Something was gewees in die hof dat hy die verklaring oorgelees het aan die beskuldigde nadat hy dit geneem.
My question, my lord, is specific whether he read it to her or to my client for now.
Hy het Milstein die verklaring wat hy geneem het oorgelees aan vir my cliënt.
No, your worship. No, my lord, sorry. When I was taking Mr. Van Rijn's statement, Sergeant Milstein was not involved in that, my lord.
Die verklaring van Milstein was van Rijn was Milstein nie teenwoordig nie.
I handed the statement to Sergeant Milstein when I was done obtaining the statement from Mr. Van Rijn, and all the signatures were there, my
Die
lord.
verklaring was deur my oorhandig aan Milstein nadat ek die verklaring geneem het en oorgelees het aan Van Rijn.
That was my initial question to you, Sergeant. Maybe we didn't get the last part. My question was, did Sergeant Milstein read my client's statement after you complete writing it?
Het meneer Milstein my beskuldigde verklaring gelees het, gelees het nadat hy dit geneem het?
He did not read the statement in my presence, my lord, but I told him what was in Mr. Van Rijn's statement, my lord.
Hy het die verklaring gelees nie, maar hy het hom wel om te sê wat in die verklaring staan.
When you say he did not read it, Thank you, Sergeant, for that answer. What did you do with my client after taking his statement?
Na di ko klaro sa nimas pa ni klient. Wala di may klient ka doon.
I told Mr. Van Rijn that he is excused, my lord.
Kaya net pa rin kasi dati paskuan was.
Why did you excuse him?
Comment yung paskuan.
Because I was done taking down his statement, my lord.
Kaya pas klaro yung kanina. Klaro yung kanina.
And there wasn't anything that I needed further from him, my lord.
Dat was niks anders dat ik van hem zo verwacht heb.
Do you know how did you get home?
Weet hoe je bij deze gekomen?
No, my lord, I do not know.
Nee.
Sergeant Mr. told this court that he initially interviewed my client.
Sergeant Mr. zei, hij heeft een rol met mijn cliënt gevoerd.
And after his interviewing of him, he could not get evidence that justified the arrest of my client.
Hij zei nadat hij met hem een gevoerd dacht dat hij geen iets dat hij niet zo van maar beschuldigd te aantonen.
Do you have any comment to that?
Is er nog commentaar?
I do not have any comment, my lord.
Geen commentaar.
He further told this court that after reading the statement you took from my client for the second time, he decided that there was no evidence justifying the release of my client. Do you have any comment on that? Justifying the arrest of my client.
Hij is er toen iedere keer toe die verklaring toe geweest en discussie gesproken als er geen reden waren de cliënt zou aanhouden. Nog commentaar?
No comment, Lordship.
Geen commentaar.
Now coming to your evidence in chief today. You testify that you received a call
U heeft gegeven dat u over ontvangen
that Mr. Van Rijn was found.
dat men van mensen gevonden was.
Can you explain the meaning that he was found?
Kan u verbeteren dan met wat bedoeld wordt van gevonden?
Your worship, initially, sorry, my lord. Initially, Mr. Van Rijn was only mentioned to us by his nickname, Steffi.
Eerstens eerder was meneer Van Rijn net aan ons bekend aan met zijn bijnaam, de naam van Steffi.
And then the message was relayed that we are looking for Steffi, as he's mentioned as one of the people that was at the residence on the day that Joslin Smith went missing, my lord.
Dat ons toen verder gesprek is dat ons een persoon zoekt, met een persoon zoekt met de naam van Steffi, wat moeilijk daar was, die dag toen Joslin vermist wordt.
So he was one of the people that we had to get to an interview regarding the events and regarding the events of the day that Joslin went missing, my lord.
En verband met wat zo gebeurde de dag toen Joslin zo vermist was.
No, you explain to me the context of that fund. I wanted in which context that fund was made. Explain that to me.
Kan u dan verduidelijken in verband met de context van fund?
You further testify that he was at Mrs. Smith's residence on the day in question, the day when Joslin got missing, and on that date also Laurentia came to the premises.
Die het ook gesê dat op die dag van toe Joslin ons was dat die woning was en Laurentia het ook daar op die dag.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so eerlik.
This what you said in your evidence in chief contradicts with paragraph 2 of Exhibit P, the one you've taken yourself.
Wat een nog voor voordraai dat in verklaring staan is verskil. In verband met die tweede paragraaf.
I will read line number 1, 2, 3, 4. Line number 4.
Ek kan lees vanaf deel 4,
On paragraph 2 of Exhibit B.
paragraaf 2, verwys tot 2.
Thank you, my lord. I walked in at Buddha's house
Ek het ingeloop op Buddha se huis
and I found him.
en het hom toe gevind.
This is what my client told you on the 29th of February 2024. This is what you typed in your computer. I found. Finding someone and someone coming to the basis too.
Gevind en 'n persoon kom na plek toe skep verskillende goed.
Your discussion. In your evidence in chief today,
En op getuies op vandag
you testify that my client told you that on the day when Joslin got missing,
op die dag toe Joslin toe vermis raak,
he was at Mr. and Mrs. Smith's residence.
hy was by die plek by die woning van mevrou Smith en Apollos.
And while he was there, Laurentia came.
Toe hy daar was, het Laurentia toe opgedag.
Lord, I don't recall the evidence to be that. I don't think this witness ever explained the evidence that way. I stand to be corrected.
Let's also recall the evidence because when the witness tells what she was told, she didn't give us the detail. She said that she made notes and she asked questions of clarification and then she typed. And what's in the statement was what she was told on the day of the 22nd, 1 week earlier. That was the day was unveiling the song and the he was asked questions and he was speaking to other people. Even her parents that she was feeling that he was in his state. She did. So I don't know whether you can assist me where in the evidence in chief you refer to, and I can find it in the notes.
Research continued.
I'm going to
I will start from there, my note.
from
From my note, research continued. We found Stevino at his residence. There were people outside and there were people inside. I could hear that there were people talking, asking where he was when the child got missing. He His answer was he was at Mr. and Mrs. Smith residence on that date. I'll phrase my question now, Your Worship. I see where I'm going to mistake. I see. This is what she heard from the people who were children. Not that late, not that it was coming from.
There is no clear detail.
Yes.
And yes, you are correct. In that discussion, what she overheard being talking to members of the community
Yes.
the words that she used was he also told other people that Lorraine should candidate. That's when you that she would found in Batista time in the question and answer session of the 10 seconds. So I don't think it's fair to confront her that way. Because the first time she really sat down with me was as a tribunal. And I started, he wasn't going to go to Mr. Potts and see him on his day. He was passing by. And then he found him sitting with legs. So that's the version of the game, which is consistent with what
Hence, I've corrected
your version.
Hence, I've corrected myself. Worship, this question is not for this witness. It's for those people who are speaking inside the train center. I'll take you to this piece of evidence in your evidence section. Where my client, let me start from above, and I took down his statement. Was there anything that stood out from you? I didn't get the full questioning by my client, but where I want to go to is your answer. He was sitting inside the shelter, and Mr. Smith, this is what stood out from me because that was very hot. He was sitting inside the shelter, and Mr. Smith's children were playing outside.
He said, "Kasat bana yudi, woman and Mr. Smith comes at later as well."
Who said this? Who was sitting outside?
Be a later sir.
Mr. Van Rijn was sitting inside, my lord, and the
Mr.
children
Van Rijn, bana woman kasat here about.
and the children were playing outside, my lord.
Comes at later as well.
My client will dispute that while he was giving you his statement, he ever told you that he was sitting inside, and the time he was inside, Kelly's children were playing outside. He will dispute.
Was covered number place as it's aware that he is considered is considered by Kelly's children.
On the day that I took his statement, that's what he told me, my lord.
Op die dag moes ek verklaar en neem, het jy dit vir my gesê.
Do you have Exhibit B in front of you? Exhibit B?
Het u bevestig P voor u?
Yes, my lord.
Rechts voor julle?
With the name of the court, can you just show me that piece of evidence when my client is telling you I was sitting inside the shed and Mr. Smith's children were playing outside?
Kan u by die hof in die verklaring wys waar my cliënt so gesê het ek het binne in die woning gesit waar juffrou Smith se kinders buite gespeel het.
My Lord, if I may, the way questions was asked, or the way the witness was led, was not so much what was noted in the statement, but what stood out for her, based on the version that was given on the 22nd, and what was now being said in this interview of the 29th. If I understand the evidence, it's not contained in her statement. She was asked what stood out for her, and that's the reason why that evidence was laid. I stand to be corrected, but that is not noted specifically in the statement.
Repeat the question to the witness, and I'm sure the witness will answer that.
You are saying
He said,
my client
my client,
was sitting inside the shop
hy binne die woning gesit
and Kelly's children were playing outside.
en Kelly se kind het buite gespeel.
My Lord, if I recall correctly,
As ek kan mooi onthou eerder,
that came from after I've learned that on the 19th of February it was a very hot day.
dit het oor ek gekom toe ek gevind het op die 19de Februarie was 'n baie warme dag.
And that answer regarding the children being playing outside and Mr. Van Rijn sitting inside came from me when I asked him where was he when the children were playing outside, my Lord, because I needed to find out from where he was sitting, could he see the children playing outside, my Lord. I needed to know if where he was sitting, was it right in front of the door where he could see the children playing, my Lord. And that's how that statement came from, my Lord, from him sitting inside and the children playing outside, my Lord.
Dit is hoe ek hierdie antwoord wil kry vir julle wat weet dit waar meneer Van Rijn se was die dag toe die dag van die voorval was hy binne reis of buite reis gewees.
And that was because I needed to understand if he physically saw with his own eyes Miss Laurentia Lombard going to her house with Joslin and Miss Laurentia coming back alone without Joslin, my Lord.
Ek wou geweet of ek fisies by juffrou Lombard gesien het met Joslin weggaan na woning toe en teruggekeer het met haar aan die woning.
Because I had already picked up on the 22nd of February that his assumption was Miss Laurentia Lombard left with Joslin to her house and she never came back, my Lord. So I needed to confirm that he physically saw Miss Laurentia go to her house with Joslin and come back without Joslin, my Lord.
Op die 19 het ek klaar al wel uitgevind dat hy so gesê het dat Joslin dat juffrou Lombard met Joslin sou geneem het na haar huis toe en Joslin nie weer teruggekeer het.
And from Exhibit P, the statement that we do is one of the issues that we clarify. So the statement is clear, he didn't physically see it at any stage.
Bewijs met P, wat het voorkwam as of dat hy nie fisies die kind sou gesien het gaan weg na Lombard se huis toe met Lombard en terugkeer net.
The question is, the statement that I give the witness is that it's clear from the context of Exhibit P, the statement of Mr. Van Rijn, that at no stage did he see the children.
Met wat in die verklaring staan, dat is het P. Die inhoud daarvan duidelik dat meneer Van Rijn op geen stadium die kinders sou gesien het.
According to his statement, my Lord.
In verband met sy verklaring.
And that is the document we are using here in court. His statement, what he said in his statement, what you wrote down from him.
Dit is wat ons gebruik in hof is die verklaring. Wat u sê, het gesê, wat u neergeskryf het van volgens u van hom.
That's correct, no?
Sergeant, I put you that it is not my client's assumption, as you are saying it for the third time. It is not his assumption that Laurentia what he's saying about Laurentia.
Dit is nie dat die van Laurentia verdink het in verband met wat hy gesê het van Laurentia nie.
It is clear from his statement.
Dit is duidelik van sy verklaring.
He is saying,
Hy sê,
I had
het het gehoor,
Laurentia calling Joslin to go and look for her child who was asleep. I had. You put it in this statement. You do not come to court and say that's an assumption.
Ek het gehoor, ek het gehoor dat Juffrou Lombard vir Joslin so geroep het om te gaan kyk na kinders geslaap het.
That's correct, my lord, and I did not say he assumed what is in the statement, my lord.
Ek het nie gesê dat hy ding so nie in sy verklaring.
This appears on paragraph 5
Dit is voorkom op paragraaf 5
of Exhibit P.
of hy stuk P,
The last two sentences.
die laaste 2 sinne.
I will read it for the record.
Ek gaan dit in 'n rekord lees.
Renzi is Laurentia.
Renzi
Renzi was on her way out
op
and
sy pad uit. Ek hoor dit op sy hoor.
To go look at her house
Om te gaan na huis, te gaan kyk na haar huis,
if her child is still sleeping.
of haar kind nog in slaap was.
Statement from my client, written by you, now it is in Exhibit P.
Dit is 'n verklaring van my cliënt wat u toen jou geskryf het, wat voorkom in bewusstuk P.
So it is the question.
This is not just a statement, my lord. It's a follow-up to her question.
Because she never said he assumed, he told her, he overheard the school, and that's exactly how it's to understand.
It is just that, my lord, I don't want to waste most time and go back to the answer she just gave before I put this question to you. She used the name because I assumed. That's what the witness said.
I think the confusing the assumptions and the speculation that was on the 22nd that same day. On the 29th, we were safely to the center. Mr. Thunder was clear as to what his version was. And this is how she wrote it down. So we recall from the statement that had agreed with them. He arrived there on his way to the second leader. Met up with Mr. Apollos and the patient. They were smoking. Then he left again and came back. At that time, Laurentia was still there. That's when Laurentia was calling for Joslin to go to her house, to Laurentia's house, to go see whether the children was conceived or the child was conceived. The statement goes further that says after that, Laurentia left. Mr. Apollos at the Smith's house. So, that's how I have it. But there's nothing controversial about that. It seems consistent as it is beginning with what we've planned and said up to now. He didn't physically see Joslin because from where he was sitting inside, he couldn't see where the kids were playing. And we go back to the beginning of the statement. It says, when he arrived there, for the first time, he also didn't see the children.
who are together, my lord. When I'm concluding, I'll go back to the statement of Stephen October of some issues. Now let us go to the statement of Laurentia. It's not. Oh, yes, it is. On the 20th of September 2024, February 2024, you testified that you took the statement of Ms. Lopez.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you inform this court exactly what was your role? Were you part of the investigation team?
Wat was die rol? Was dit deel van die ondersoekspan?
That's correct, my lord. I was assisting the investigating officer, my lord.
Yes, ja, it was user from the ambulance.
Honors.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Because 9 days after the event, I see you taking the statement. I'm interested to know whether you explained to Ms. Lombard the reasons why you wanted to take the statement?
Ek wil net weet of u van die Lombard gesê het waarom u geklaag van 'n beheer.
That's correct, my lord. I
Is
explained.
What were the reasons?
Wat so die rede was? Yes.
The reasons was she was being mentioned as one of the people that was at the premises on the day that Joslin Smith went
Die rede sou
missing.
wees dat as dit as een van die mense wat toe van melding gemaak was, wat op die perseel was op die dag van die voorval.
And in which language were you speaking with Ms. Lombard?
En wat taal het u met die Lombard gepraat?
We were speaking in Afrikaans, my lord.
In Afrikaans eerlik.
Tell this one of what were your exact words when you wanted Ms. Lombard to give you a statement? First, as you said.
Wat was die eerste woorde? Toe eerste woorde in Afrikaans dat is gebruik dat toe u met die Lombard communikeer.
At that moment, Your Worship, my lord, sorry, I did not know her full names, so I addressed her as Renzi, as it was said, my lord.
Op daardie oomblik was ek nie bekend met haar volle name nie. Ek het aangespreek as Renzi.
I said to her, Renzi, u is al klaar bewus dat Joslin vermis aangekla was gisteraand.
You're already aware that Joslin was reported missing last night.
En jy is genoem as een van die mense wat op die woonstel was waar Joslin was laas gesien het. My lord.
You were at the premises. You were at the premises where Joslin was last seen.
En ek moet verklaar, ek moet 'n onderhoud saam met jou hou en ek moet ook 'n verklaring van u vat. My lord.
I must have an interview with you and to also take a statement from you.
In verband met alles wat jy kan vir ons sê van die dag, my lord.
As far as what you can tell us, what happened on the day.
Thank you. Did he give you a summary of the statement? I'm sorry, my lord. Did she give you a summary of everything? Or it was a question answer format?
Was het de opzomming van wat die van gevraagd heeft, of was het een geval waar graag gevraagd wordt, antwoorden overgedragen wordt?
I told her that she needs to give me her movements of the 19th of February 2024, and informed her that as she's telling her story of that day, I'll be making notes, and after taking the notes, if there's any questions that I will need her to clarify, I'll ask those questions, my lord.
Ik heb toen gevraagd om aan de bekend te stellen wat de beweging was op die dag van de 19e. En zo dat neerschrijft. En als ons bijvoorbeeld klaarstellen waren, als hij gevraagd had, zo heeft het verhelderen, zal ik het aan haar vragen.
So it was actually a question and answer about the past summer. Then after she has told you what she has told you her statement, did you further question?
Nadat ik die verklaring genomen heb, ik er verder vragen gaan.
As after the interview, my lord, I took down her statement as she gave her movements of the 19th of February, my lord.
Toen ik die verklaring neergelegd waren, heb ik het neergeschreven, zo simpel aan mijn woord gedaan om te maken met het gebeuren van die 19e.
I take it you didn't confession.
Hier, die vraag waar
For me to take her statement, my lord, I should have asked questions where she needed to clarify what she was telling me about the day, my lord.
Om een verklaring te neergelegd waren, moest ik vragen. Of het duidelijk om was het niet zo verklaring zou geven.
You don't have a duty to remember. Do you remember some of those questions you put to him?
Je hebt niet de taak om te verwoorden. Want hoe niet, maar ik kan je nog enige vraag, wat je nog gevraagd, kan je vragen nog.
One of the questions that I remember asking her was when she came back with Joslin, as she said, when she went to look at her children, Joslin followed her, and then they both came back together. One of the questions that I asked, when they got back to where Joslin is residing, where did Joslin go? Was she aware of where she went in?
Wat er werd van de welvaart gevraagd wordt, aangezien toch omdat als ook zei, Joslin toen naar huis toe was om te gaan kijken naar het kind. Ik heb ook gevraagd of ze bewust van waar zou Joslin zou heen gaan voor de terugkeer. Kan je nou zich antwoorden?
I do not remember the answer as to whether she saw where Joslin went from the house, my lord.
Ik kan niet onthouden in verband met als ik zo gaan worden in verband kon zij zien waar Joslin zou gegaan.
But she did say she went to her house and she came back to where Joslin is residing with Joslin, my lord.
Zodat ze wel gezegd heeft, maar ze is wel naar huis toe. Ze heeft toen een keer waar Joslin had afgepast met Joslin.
Did you understand each other fully at the time of taking of the statement?
Kon jullie elkaar goed verstaan toen jullie verklaring neemt?
That's correct, my lord.
Dat is recht zo hier.
After taking the statement, did you read it back to her?
Nadat ik die verklaring geneem heb van haar, heb je het teruggelezen aan haar?
I did so, my lord, and I explained to her that this is her statement. So if I'm reading and there's something that is in the statement that's not correct, she needs to inform me. And if there's something that I did not put in a statement that she believes is important, needs to be in the statement, she must also inform me. My lord.
Ik heb aan gezegd hier op haar, toen was ze dat enige iets in de verklaring dat die wel heeft goed. Ik zei, enige dat iemand dat is, dat van belang is, moet u ook van mij daarvan zeggen.
Was she satisfied with the contents of her statement?
Was zij tevreden met de inhoud van de verklaring?
That's correct, my lord, she was.
Ja, heel waar zij was.
Did she confirm that the contents she told you?
Het sy toe bevestig dat hierdie wat in die verklaring sou verskyn, dat dit 'n regte weergawe was wat sy vir u gesê het.
She did, my lord.
Sy het eerderwaar
I see the initials RS and the signature that appears to be S or L longer. Is she the person who signed the statement?
hier op die verklaring kan ek sien dat is RS en nog aantekening wat voorkom is op S Lombard. Does it say die persoon wat daar geteken het?
The RS is my initials, my lord, and the
RS is
signature.
die-
And the signature is Ms. Lombard's signature, my lord.
En die aantekening sou juffrou Lombard se kasteel daar.
Thank you, Sergeant. First page, there's RS, and then a signature, L longer. You verify that. Thank you. Did she indeed take an oath?
Het sy die eet geneem,
She did, my lord.
sy het eerderwaar
And say she understood the contents of the statement to show in Robert.
sy het sy verstaan dat die inhoud van die verklaring korrek is en reg.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis regsgewende.
And that she has no objections in taking prescribed oath.
Dat sy geen beswaar sou gehad het om die eet af te lê.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis regsgewende.
And that she knows that she understands oath binding in her conscience.
Dat sy ook bewus raak is dat die eet bindend op haar gewete is.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis regsgewende.
And she saw in God's name that the statement was correct.
Sy het ook gesien dat die verklaring reg is.
That's correct, my lord.
Regsgewende.
Thank you, Sergeant. When I was perusing the statement of Laurentia,
Toe ek hierdie verklaring van Laurentia hier kyk, hier lees,
I didn't see the mention of my client. Maybe it's because my imagination, I don't want to see his name there. I didn't see his name.
met naam van die kliënt wil nie verskyn, ek weet of ek nie dit so wil hê nie, maar ek wil voorkom as ek nie die kliënt se naam in die verklaring sien.
Please help and show me.
Kan u dan mee help om dit op die weg te wys?
On page 2, paragraph 7, paragraph 7, my lord,
Paragraaf 7
line number 3, my lord.
reël 3
Oh, I couldn't read that. I was thinking Shefi. I didn't know it was Shefi or Shichi. I didn't know that that was my time.
ek het dit gesien, maar ek het nie geweet dat u dit so die kliënt sou wees wat die naam daarop verskyn.
In the statement I took from Ms. Lombard, she only mentioned Mr. Van Rijn as Steffi.
Die verklaring wat ek geneem het van mevrou Lombard eerderwaar, sy het net die naam genoem van Steffi.
Was she specific as to the time she saw my client at his place?
Was sy spesifiek by die tyd toe sy my kliënt sien by die woning?
I do not recall all the contents in the statement, my lord, but it was mentioned that during the day of the 19th.
Ek kan nie alles wat in die verklaring staan of onderhou die eerderwaar, maar gedurende die onderhoud het hy wel gesê, dit was gedurende die dag. op die dag van die 19e.
I'm putting this question to you, Sergeant, because my client left his residence after 12 on the day in question. He might have passed Sherry's place after one.
Dat sê dit vir u dat die kliënt sou sê waarom praat ons op 12 uur. En so verby Sherry's plek gegaan so na 1.
I have read the statement of Ms. Lombard. I also see her statement makes reference of activities as far as Ms. Smith comes.
Ek het hierdie verklaring gelees van Rencia, waar ek toe gesien het waar sy vermelding gemaak het van in verband met haar bewegings by die huis van Smith.
On the 19th of February 2024.
Op die 19e van Februarie 2024.
This is the question. When you took my client's statement on the 29th of February 2024, was the issue safe?
Toe u die verklaring van die kliënt sou neem op die 29 Februarie polisiestasie,
Did you notice any common details between her statement and my client's statement? If you did,
ek het enige iets gesien, maar het sou dieselfde sê in haar verklaring en dat er nie grensverklaring sou staan.
and if you did, if they are related, what are those common
Wat
details?
sou dieselfde in sy verklaring staan en wat in haar verklaring staan.
At the moment, I can recall that Ms. Laurentia did mention that Mr. Van Rijn was at the premises where the child went missing, and Mr. Van Rijn also did not deny that. He did say that he was at some point at the premises
Op
where
hierdie tydstip kan ek onthou waar die juffrou van Laurentia sou gesê het dat er beskuldig nommer 2 op meneer Van Rijn op die kasteel was op die dag van die voorval. So dit is dieselfde wat meneer Van Rijn ook gesê dat hy ook daar was op die dag van die 19e.
I agree with you. These are the similarities I also noticed from your statement to my client's statement. My client does mention syndrome taking place on the day. Further mentions smoking on that day. Further mentions that Lombard. She further mentioned hearing Laurentia calling Joslin.
Sy sê toe verder dat sy daar was, het gerook, en hy sê toe verder dat hy kan onthou dat ek gehoor het dat Laurentia vir Joslin so gerook het. Kan jy saam met my?
yes, my lord.
Ja, julle van.
Before I was there any reasons for you to suspect that she was not telling the truth?
Was daar enige rede wat u kon verdink het dat sy nie die waarheid sou praat nie?
No, my lord.
Nee, julle.
You believe that what she was telling was the truth.
U het geglo dat sy aan u oorgedra het die waarheid sou wees.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle van.
And she made you to believe what she was telling you was the truth.
Sy het ook u laat glo dat sy vir u gesê het die waarheid is.
That's correct, my lord, because
Dis reg so julle van.
she was aware that her statement is under oath, my lord.
Want sy het geweet dat die verklaring onder eed sou wees julle.
And she knew all these questions and wonders despite her scratching of the head and the arms.
That's
Sy het
correct.
dit vir u gesê alhoewel sy met die op en haar arm sou gekrap het.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle van.
Is it correct that you took her statement the following morning or the following day after Jocelyn was alleged to be missing?
As a
Yes, my lord.
Can you repeat it, please?
Can I repeat the question?
but instead is taken on the day after the close of this being on the 20th.
Dat die verklaring sou geneem was die volgende dag nadat Joslin van rus was, die 20ste.
That's correct, my lord.
Reg sou jy nog waarde.
Just a minute. Before I start, I have this Sergeant. My client didn't see Katie's children on the 19th. He didn't see Joslin. He didn't sit inside the kitchen. At all times, to the bedroom, he was seated outside.
Skadot sou sê, jy het nie Kelly se kind was op dag nie. Hy was nie binne die huis gewees nie. Dit alle tyd het die buite gesit.
Your comment?
Kommentaar?
So there are two questions. The first statement is that he did not see Kelly's children at all on that day. So that's the first statement.
Hy het ook geen stadium Kelly se kind gesien op daardie dag nie.
If that's what he testified to, my lord, I cannot argue with that, my lord.
And the second one is the second question.
At all times, my two children were and on the 19th of February 2021, and at Kelly's place, he was seated outside.
Outside.
Ter alle tijden, gedurende die 19 februari 2024, by Kelly se woning het hy buite gesit.
If that's what he testified to as well, my lord, I cannot argue with that.
As hy dit dan so gaan getuig waar kan ek dit dan bestry?
Thank you, Mrs. Kakala. Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I would like to take a few instructions before I proceed with cross-examination. I see it's a few minutes before the short adjournment. I seek the court's indulgence and request that we take the adjournment a few minutes earlier so that I can take instructions during this.
Thank you again. Can you give us a you want 15 minutes?
Definitely, sir.
So we'll take a short adjournment now. At 11:05, we will then conclude with the evidence of this witness, and which will be made consistent. Under the commission, we will make the witness, and we would like to request that the opportunity.
Thank you, my lord. I'm in touch.
Conclusion, 15 minutes.
cameras. That time he instructs me, he was not aware whether it's a private detectives or what was happening.
They say that the father still
Do you have any idea that any detectives went to take my client from his residence?
As I've already testified, my lord, I am not aware of how Mr. Fontaine was brought to the police station, my lord, so I cannot testify to what is being put to me, my lord.
This car drove with him until a certain street, Fracham Street. I might be pronouncing this street wrongly. When they arrived there, the man who was driving with him from home until this point told him to get outside of the car. And at that time, he could see a convoy of cars. He said to me, it was like a rally for the president. He could see a convoy of many cars. And he was taken to an orange double cab bakkie. When he entered this bakkie, he could see Carin Mackenzie. He knows the driver by sight, but there was the third passenger. There was the other passenger. Is there any chance that Carin Mackenzie is working with the police?
I do not understand the question, correct, my lord.
I'll make it simple for you. Do you have any knowledge as who sent Mackenzie to send someone to pick my client from his residence?
I do not, my lord, and as I've already testified, I was with my captain when we were informed that Stefano is at the police station, my lord. I do not know how it came to him being brought to the police station, my lord.
My instructions are that he was transported by Mackenzie, and the instructions that he must be brought to the police station were Mackenzie's instructions. You testify that sorry, my lord.
Give the witness an opportunity to answer.
Okay.
Are you were you aware at the time of any instructions given by Carin Mackenzie?
I do not want.
After you released him, did you ask him how is he going to get home?
I did not, my lord.
Why you didn't?
I assumed he can walk home or he can get home the same way that he came to the police station, my lord.
En dat het er meer delen van de is gestart om op dezelfde manier deze plannen te
At some stage, you testify that you were instructed to go and address the crowd, address the committee members.
No, Ms. Makabai. That was not the evidence. I thought we clarified that earlier.
Yes, my lord.
That was not the evidence.
Can you correct me on this piece of evidence? When the crowd was outside.
Just one moment. I can't hear you because you're speaking away from the microphone.
I'm sorry, my lord, and I'm sorry. When you saw that there was a crowd outside, is there anything you did?
I did not do anything, my lord. I went into the police station. That's when Sergeant Molstein said to me and Captain Chetty that Stefano is at the police station, and seeing that his statement still needs to be obtained, can we please assist him with obtaining the statement, as he needs to go and address the
Patriotic Alliance.
No, not the, he did not. It wasn't specific. He didn't say patriotic.
Okay.
The parties. What you can't get to the word.
The people that were outside.
It is to dictate to the basic also said that on the discussions come from help from the crowd of the resources
Thank you, Sergeant Sahoda. Who was going to address the people who were outside?
Sergeant Molstein, madam.
And he said so even yesterday. Thanks a lot, Sergeant Sahoda.
Thank you, Ms. Makabai.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Sudnarayan.
Thank you for the indulgence on your own, my lord. Constable, were you one of the officials who was ever tasked with the duty of having to pick up or collect accused number 3 from where she might be to take her to the police station?
Yes, my lord.
Can you recall or tell us on how many occasions was that?
I can't say precisely how many times, but it was numerous times.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that on the 4th of March, she as well as accused number 1 were picked up from Hawke's Bay Hotel, and you were one of the officials who had picked her up from there.
That's correct, my lord.
From the hotel, they were then taken to C border unit.
That's correct, my lord.
And it was there at C border unit that accused 1 was taken in for questioning.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you know how long the interview with accused number one lasted?
I do not know, my lord, as I was not part of that interview, my lord.
Were you seated far from the room where this interview was being conducted?
I was far, my lord. At the sea border, there's two buildings in the same yard. The sea border offices are at the top and our offices are at the bottom. So I was at our office and the interview was being conducted at the sea border office.
The reason why I'm asking how far you were away is because my instructions from accused number 3 are that during the interview with accused number 1, she could hear screams.
The buildings are not right next to each other, my lord.
You did not hear any screams.
That's correct, my lord.
Taking into consideration the distance away that you were, if someone was screaming, would you have heard it?
If the person is screaming loud, my lord, I should have heard his side.
On the night of the evening of the 4th of March, did you ever invite accused number 3 to sit with you in your office?
Can I just get clarity on that? Are you talking about the evening of the 4th of March?
That is correct, my lord.
Because they were arrested early in the morning or were taken in at Wiki's by.
My lord, may I just confirm that? May I approach accused 3, my lord?
Yeah. I just want to get the timeline correct. In the plea explanations, it was said that they were taken from the Wiki Spy Hotel in the early hours of the morning of the 4th. That was a Monday. So is your question relating to that Monday evening?
My lord, I've just taken instructions. My client confirmed that it was the early hours of the morning of the 5th. It was around either, yes, my lord, either at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock that morning. It was towards the end of the interview with accused number 1 when you had asked her to come and sit with you in your office?
Dit was na die video van de
I think it's important to phrase the question precisely.
Thank you, my Lord.
So what I have it is that you're putting it to the witness.
That is correct, my Lord.
That in the early hours of the morning of the 5th of March, between 1 and 2, it's an estimate, that the witness asked Ms. Smith to come and join her in her office and sit with her.
That is correct, my Lord.
Did you get the statement, ma'am?
I got it, my Lord.
Yes, do you have an answer?
I do not recall saying that, but I'm also not denying I might have said, my Lord.
Can you recall that you were there during the night?
Yes, my Lord.
So, and it's possible that she would have been in your office in the early hours of the morning.
That's correct, my Lord. She was at the office. She was at our office. She was in and out of the office, my Lord. She was walking outside at some point. She would be inside as well, my Lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Constable, my instructions are that after being requested to sit in her office, accused 3 refused after she heard the screams. Do you have any comment on that?
I do not recall that, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. I have no more questions for you.
Thank you. Any re-examination, Mr. Irwin?
Were you part of the police contingent that executed one of the
Kan die grootste hoela was die deel van die lewe wat verskillende drie
time, but I believe it was during the day, because I remember after that there was even a photo of me that was trending around in the media that was on the day that I went to pick up Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos from Juice Pipe.
He didn't get that.
I said I could not recall the exact time, but it was during the day. As from that event, there was even a photo that was taken of me and it was trending in the media. My Lord.
In the time that accused 1 and 3 were brought to Sea Border / the FCS office, where was Ms. Smith being held?
She was at the office at the bottom, which is our office, the FCS office, my Lord.
And when you say she walked in and out, what did you mean by that?
She wasn't sitting still, my Lord. She was busy. She was walking up and down, my Lord.
Was she under arrest?
No, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Khube. You may be excused. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Mr. Court pleases, my lord, before the witness enters, I have been requested by the witness that her face not be shown on camera. This is a civilian and she fears repercussions from the community and fears for the safety of her children.
Who is the witness?
This is Namla Tini, my lord. It's witness number 87 on the list, and for the benefit of the Defence Counsel, it's A150 in the docket.
Can the media just, for the moment, whilst I'm doing the inquiry, not focus on the witness? Let me just do the inquiry first. Yes, thank you. The witness can come through. Just give me the number again, please.
My lord, it's witness number
87.
87 on the witness list.
Thank you. You may swear in the witness.
Give your full name to the court.
Chazela imfundo amagama akho aphelele.
Namla Tini.
Namhla.
Namla Tini.
Namhla Thizi. Namhla Thizi. Namhla A-N-L-A-N-H-L-A, and then Thizi with T-I-N-Z-I.
Yes, we have it that way. Number 87.
Ingaba ikhona into yakho? No objection, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand.
Uyavuka konke okuzachaza kuzoba inyani yodwa inyani kuphela. I do. Witness is sworn in, my lord.
Yes, thank you. You may have a seat. Which aspect of the case will the witness testify to, Ms. Edward?
My lord, this was the witness that participated in the search for Joslin Smith on the evening of the 19th of February.
Are you aware whether the witnesses' images are already out there in the public domain?
My lord, not to my knowledge.
Good. Now, Ms. Tinsley, there's a request, I believe, emanating from yourself that you do not wish your images to be shown in the media and on live television, as this case is televised live.
Uyacela ukuthi kusaba kungaveli emaphepheni kanye TV njengoba idala ke That's my request, my lord. I don't want to.
Can you provide me with the reasons why you want me to make such an order?
Ingaba ungakwazi ukuchaza izizathu zokuba uthemba mhlala isicelo sibalekisi? Yes, I do.
Yes, I'm listening.
Doyikisela umphakathi nabantwana bamandifuna bandibone kwi-social media.
I'm scared of the community and also very careful of my kids. I don't want them to see my social media.
Do you know whether members of the community know that you're a witness in the matter?
Ingaba ngokwazi kwakho ekhaleni kuyazoba ngomngcini ngokwethala ngokwazi kwakho
Ayakwaziwa. Abayazi.
they are unaware of that.
Mr. Harmson, anything from your side? Ms. Mkabai, anything from your side? Thank you. Mr. Sibnarai. Unlike some of the previous witnesses that we've had, who are members of the South African Police Services, where I've ruled otherwise, I am going to request the media not to focus on the image of the witness. If needs be, I will revisit the decision as we go along.
Ngiyalelwe ngoba ngiyacela ke bezendaba angabisabuza ngalo umsomali ngoba mhlawumbe kuqoqa xesha mhlawumbe bakhona umthetho bachazela.
You may still, however, capture the images of the questioner, being either the prosecutor or the defense or the bench or the court personnel.
Kodwa lo ke ukuze imibuzo ngempesa ke mhlawumbe mhlawumbe uthuthisi amagqwetha ke ngomnye mhlawumbe imibuzo kodwa abantu abangakhokheli.
The accused or attendees to the proceedings.
Kwaye namanye abo ke bazakhokheli abamangaleyo.
Do you understand the ruling, Mr. Isi?
I understand, my Lord.
So for now, take a deep breath. Relax. I can see you very nervous. Try and go slow, Ms. Ehrman, so that the witness first relax
Indeed.
a little bit. I can see she's very tense.
Good day, ma'am. This is the first time you're testifying in a court, is that correct?
It is correct, Lord.
I want you to listen very carefully to the questions that are being asked. Breathe. Only when you understand the question must you answer.
Ndiyakucela ke umametsela kuhle ukuze xa ubuzwa uphefumle uqala ucingisise phambi kokuba uphendule umbuzo. Dit sal vir u vra om na die eerste luister na die vraag. U moet eers asemhaal en eers dink voordat u antwoord kan gee.
And only when you understand.
En net as u verstaan, waar jy wil impendulum, dan ek ulandela kamhlanje.
We're going to go very slowly because, as you will see, all court personnel are writing notes. So please take your time.
Ons gaan baie stadig aangaan. Aangezien u kan sien, meestal van die personeel en hof moet neerskry. Sou tikhoke komkhuhlane ke singangenisisi kuba basaqaphela wonke umuntu ubhala phansi.
Are you okay now, ma'am?
There is a change, yes.
Very good. Now let's start with, can you please tell the Honorable Court, where do you reside?
You don't have to give the full address with street and house number.
Indeed.
Maybe just a general area, and if it's necessary, the perspectives of depth, etc., from where she was.
Thank you, my lord.
Iyabuza ke umthuthisi bohlala ukuthi uzoqeqelela into ungachazi inombolo umzi wakho kwaye uhlala ndawo uchaza njengengingqi uhlala khona. But sibona i-full address especially in the area that you want to after this.
Ndihlala eTsitsiratsitsi.
Tsitsiratsitsi. I'm residing at Tsitsiratsitsi, my lord.
Now, we know that the reason you are here is because on the 19th of February 2024, you participated and helped Ms. Smith, that's accused number 3, in the search for Joslin Smith. Is that correct?
Koka ufuna ke Joslin Smith. Dit is 'n gemeenskap dat almal weet dat dit nie deel was van 'n stop op die einde van die tweede maand van 24 toe hulle op soek was tot dit was. Het was ook Joslin Smith en met juffrou Smith.
Ewe my lord.
Dis reg so julle want dit's korrek my lord.
Please tell the court, on that particular day, what time did you come home from work?
Ngaleli inkathaza umuntu wasifika ngabani ixesha ukusuka kwakhe emsebenzini. Kulapho ipanibhenka sokukhomot
Emsebenzini ngishayisa u-5 o'clock. So endlini ndafika past 5.
At work my lord knock off at 5 o'clock. At home I might have arrived after 5. Vanaf die werk, stay one state, and so many women and also now quick.
What happened when you arrived home that day?
Once again, when you begin to work on the main, but it took a year to take 2 days and home.
Before ndifike endlini uye ukheli wandikhwaza ndama.
Voordat ik de meeste komen in het waren, het killen aan de geroep, dit bestaan.
Then weza kum wabuza bakhange ndimbone na uJoslin.
Then she came to me and asked me, didn't I see Joslin? Say to make it come with a crowd, take Joslin so vicinity.
Ndathi ukheli hayi ndisuka emsebenzini khange ndimbone uJoslin.
Again, then I said to her, no, I didn't see Joslin, I just come from work. Except if you are negative to Joslin vicinity, I did not pass on the air.
Then ndangena endlini.
Then I entered the house.
Ndalungiselela isapho.
Then I was preparing supper. Dat is toen mijn eten, maar het aan is voorbereid.
Then waphinda wabuya ukheli after a few minutes. Wabuya ndabuza uba ndiyamfumana uJoslin.
She came back, my lord, and then I wanted to know from her, did you eventually found Joslin? Sy het teruggekom as praat van of sy eintlik met Joslin sou gekry.
Wathi yena akakamfumani.
Then the answer was that she has not found it yet. Sy said verder sy het daar nog nie gevind gekry nie.
Is it correct, ma'am, that your home is not very far off from Ms. Smith's home?
Ingapha kunjalo na umzi wakho obokude akule kanisini.
Ewe nyaniso my lord.
That's correct, my lord. It is correct that when we fear this one before Smith's of one month.
What happened next?
Emveni koba ndimbuzile ukheli uba umfumene na uJoslin uye wathi akakamfumani.
After I asked Kelly if I find Joslin, she said she didn't find Joslin yet. Now that was a private for Joslin. She says it was Joslin crazy.
Ndacela umntana wam omncinci ugama lakhe ngukhe wange. Ndathi mabahambe uyomjonga epakini apho kudlala khona abantwana.
Then I asked my younger child with the name of Kewange to go and look at the park where they usually play. Ek vraag toe my jongste kind met die naam van Kewange om te gaan kyk by die park waar hulle gewoon daar speel.
Ndithe makahambe ibingukhe wange ingukheli ingurekweni umntana kakakheli obulingana nokhe wange.
It was Kewange, my son, Joslin Kelly, and Rekwen, that is the son to Smith, who's the same age as Kewange. I get to Kewange from the Smith, and I see it from the professor. But when Kewange said the name was Rekwen.
Bahambile ke bayojonga epakini.
They went to go look at the park, and let's go to the park.
Baphinde babuya ke ndabuza uba ufumene na uJoslin phaa epakini.
They came back and I asked them again to find Joslin in the park. Hulle het teruggekeer en praat met hulle of hulle Joslin in die park gekry het.
Wathi ukheli abamfumananga.
Kelly said we didn't find him. Kelly said ons het nie gevind nie.
Then emveni koko ndiye ndathi kukheli masihambe siyojongani eDeersville apho khona uthanda ukuthi uyakhona kwamalume wakhe.
I suggested to Kelly, let's go to Deersville, to your uncle, where she usually goes to. I get to put us there and Kelly on the home says to her in Deersville, but I say,
siye sahamba ke emveni koba ndithe kukheli masihambeni siye eDeersville uye waphendula ubuda wathi uJoslin akekho phaya eDeersville. Ndabuza ke mna uba kutheni usithi akekho phaya, wathi ke nakukude for uba uJoslin aye phaa kwamalume wakhe. Ndathi
when I asked that my Lord, is she not in Deersville? Then Buddha answered, she wouldn't be at Deersville. My follow-up question was, why do you say that? Then he said, it's quite far. What the Buddha was unbelievable, they said, the Buddha was unbelievable, concerning Deersville, obviously. You never get to Omni. I said it was by a fair.
Ma'am, if I can just stop you there. Where did this conversation take place?
ukheli noBhuta bonwe ngapha kweyadi mna ndilapha eyadini.
Kelly and Buddha was outside the yard, they was inside the yard. But they were on the other side of the yard. Kelly and Buddha was an unconfirmed, even that it was in the company.
Very well. What happened next?
Once in the home.
Ndawuthi kukheli umuntu belahlekile ukhangela naphi so masihambeni sine Deersville.
Then I said to Kelly, when someone gets lost, you can go anywhere to the person. Let's go to Deersville.
So you
just
just
said, okay, as a person from Moses, can you get up and play for the person? So, come on, Deersville.
So unlike what Buddha was saying, you were still adamant that you wanted to look in Deersville.
That's correct, my Lord.
Good. You're doing very well, Ms. Tinsley.
I'm trying to recall from the inspection in loco. If you would stand at the door, you basically look in the direction of your house.
Do you understand what the court is saying, Ms. Tinsley?
If you would stand in the door of the house of Mr. Apollos and Ms. Smith, and you would look directly out of the door, one will look in the direction of your house. It's slightly to the left.
That's correct.
That's the house with a big gate. There's a big gate there now.
My gate is not big, but that is not even small. That is a head, that is going to gate.
My Lord, if I may assist the court, in the inspection in loco, if we were standing at Mr. and Mrs. Smith's home, at the front door, this Ms. Tinsley's house will be to the right. It was pointed out as such, not on the left, it was the right.
To the right?
Yes, my Lord.
But it's not far?
Not far. It can be seen from... let me ask the witness, my Lord. Ms. Tinsley, if I'm standing at the door of Mr. and Mrs. Smith's house, and if I look to the right, I can clearly see your house. Isn't that correct?
Can I just mention the police Miss Smith, John, like I said, I think so.
Inshallah, my Lord.
That's correct.
It was pointed out at the inspection.
Indeed, ma'am.
And we still awaiting the note. where we will have the correct measurements in meters. That will be read into the record.
That is correct.
But I can recall exactly where it was, where people said, that's Namla's house. Namla's house, yeah.
Thank you, my lord.
Good, so you were on your side, they were on the other side of the fence, and you were now talking about whether you should go to Diasville or not. That's when I interrupted.
Yes, I was in my yard at the back of my house.
What happened next?
What goes on? We left to Diasville, once to Diasville too. It was myself, Carin, had 2 kids, smaller one and big one, and then my son Kewange.
Did you walk there, ma'am?
Now,
Injalo, my lord.
yes, my lord. Also, so to the food, so myself, yes, came, and 2 dollars I also doctored me, and my CM.
Proceed. What happened?
We went, my lord, and reached the house which was the uncle's. Ons is toe weg deur daar toe by die bereik wat op weg waar ons in was. I stood outside, then she went inside. They get to bake at the stand, says to Banaban.
Baye bathetha ke bathetha iAfrikaans but I can't understand what thina.
A little to praat met Afrikaans, maar ek kon nie uitmaak wat hulle gesê het. They spoke but in Afrikaans, but I couldn't make out what they were saying.
Sitheka sisendleleni xa sibuyayo.
On our way back, of terug,
Ndafowunelwa.
I received a call, I got to offer from farm.
Bendifowunelwa nguYonelisa.
Yonelisa, we're calling you. Yonelisa kutoka
Ebebuza uba ndiphina ngoba umntana wam omdala uphaa kuye ndihambe nesikhiya.
Say to Ofra was, but let us get this little confirmation. I was to get the substitute name. Then she wanted to know where I was because my eldest child was looking for me. I left him the key.
Then ndiye ndamxelela into yoba sikhangela uJoslin. Wathi ke yena ke sidlule phaa kuye nekhiya. So
then I said to her, we are looking for Joslin. And then the answer was that on your way back you must come past my house, you and Kevin. I said to her also substitute na Joslin, say said to her kom hier op pad na dan bedoel op by my huis.
Ndiye ndathi uKevin ke ngoku makahambe uJoslin phaa endlini bakabuyi na.
I then said to Kevin, go to your house and see Evan Joslin return here. Except to yours, but Kevin kan nie by huis toe omseker aan wat Joslin nog nie terug was.
Uye wayomjonga ngendlini wafumanisa uba akekho.
Then she went to the house and she realized that she was not at home. Since to her house, and kon toe ek sê by die huis was.
Wabuza undixelela into yoba akekho akakabuyi.
Then she came to me, told me that she's not back yet. Sy kom terug na my toe en sê sy's nog nie terug nie.
Siye saya ke endlini kaYonelisa ke. Then sahamba sayokhangela.
Then we went to Yonelisa's house. My Lord Yonelisa would be Y-O-N-E-L-I-S-A, Yonelisa.
Siya sahamba sihambe sibuzisa siyecheka sesitratweni saseZola sadibana nomntana okule age efana elingana nekaKhewange which is umntanami.
We went, walked around, asking questions around the area. When we reached a street, the name of Zola, then we came up with a child with the same age as my son, Kewange. Wanted to run to France, don't say depart Zola, come to those who are cut and look and sell that whether there was my son, Kewange.
Siye sabuza lo mntana bakangabona uJoslin wathi lo mntana bembonile hamba nabantwana abangamakhwenkwe.
Then we asked her, I went to see Joslin. Then the child said, I saw Joslin with boys, together with some boys. I got to other people who probably say, I go Joslin, I say, I have seen Mark and the seals.
Then that came like bebona wanixelela that came makasiyazi ukuthi mahambe uyosikhombisa yona.
Ons praat van weet jy waar dit is? Hy kon sê maar ek het toe kom vra ons ek weet waar dit was. Then we asked him as to where they went, what they was, where it was. He said yes, I can show you where it was.
Siye sahamba ke saya kule istrato zakhona ibita Mukhaba Street.
Then we left to the street. The name of the street is Mukhaba Street. Ons is toe weg na hierdie straat. Die straat se naam is Mukhaba.
Uye ukheli wangena ngaphakathi thina sama ngaphandle estratweni.
Kelly is toe in waar ons buite in die straat gestaan. Kelly went inside, we stood outside.
Then ukheli uthe engeneni kwakhe phaya uthathe ithuba elide elingange 20 minutes.
When they went inside, it took a long time, a period for about 20 minutes. To say, and brother was can you take to him for a period of 20 minutes.
So ndamkhwaza ke naye kuba ndacinga bakuzomka umbane ngo10 ndamkhwaza weza.
I called out a name because I was now concerned that the electricity may go off, will go a channel. I got to focus clear, but it was the common electricity, so the aircraft began to continue.
So weza okay ndambuza ba behlele ntoni phaya.
Then she came and I wanted to know from you, okay, why are you staying in the house? Said you traga que le prato como com isso lá nos patenes.
Uye wathi betshasa iphone, ndathi ke maka ungabhizi utshasa iphone kodwa yabona sikhala umntana.
She said I was charging my phone. Mine was to say, how can you be concerned about charging your phone while you're looking for the child? So it said to me, so this phone their line. In fact, for the books, I need to come over the phone, but of super
ndambuza ke ukheli uba kuthiwa naphabulani wathi ke naye kuthiwa umntana khangaboni.
I asked as to what did the people say at the house? Then she said they say they haven't seen the child. In fact, for her, what said the mensen is, they said that the little kid can see it.
Ndiye ndathi ke mna ke nawuzathi singamfumana umntana masifole amapolisa.
Then I suggested that even though we are going to find the child, we need to call the police. Except for others, the council of conduct was with the police staff.
Siye sawufona kumapolisa ke afika strato sikuso ePita Mukhaba Street.
We called the police and the police arrived at us in the street we were in Pita Mukhaba Street. On start the police already was in straat waar ons was, Pita Mukhaba Street.
Afikile ke amapolisa ke sabe sibachazela ngento kaJoslin.
The police arrived, then explained to them the issue about Joslin. Police talked down for the to Joslin.
Baye babuza kuba bebuza imibuzo apha kukheli. Baye baqale bathi masibabonise ipicture yalomntana. Bakhona abantu ababonile primary Deersville. Mhlambi kusengoba uJoslin.
Then they wanted a picture of Joslin because they say they saw children at the primary school Deersville. It is probable that amongst those children Deersville can be Joslin to be amongst them. I looked at a photo of Joslin, but I said to her, I was like, can this be Deersville Primera? Wanted that Joslin doesn't have colors.
Ukheli wababonisa impicture ufumana into yoba ngoJoslin.
Kelly based for the photo, the person from that Panicanas was together. Kelly showed them a photo that it appeared that amongst the children, she wasn't amongst them.
Babuza imibuzo kukheli into yoba umntana ebelesikolweni nango lasuku elahleka ngalo.
Then they wanted to know from Kelly, did the child attend school on the day that she got lost? Hulle praat ook oor of die kind skool bygewoon het die dag toe die kind van misraak.
Impendulo kaKheli uye wathi hayi.
The answer was no, or our answer was geweest nee.
Wabuza uba ebehleli nabani ngelaa xesha ebengekho yena uKheli uthe emsebenzini. Wabuza uba ebeshiyeke nabani ngelaa xesha.
The next question was that when she said she was at work, was that with whom did she remain behind? Die volgende vraag was geweest, aangezien ze zei was militair, met wie zou die kind bij deze bij achtergebleven?
Wathi ebeshiyeke nobhuda.
Then she said she stayed with Buddha. She said she was with Buddha.
Then ndathi ke ngoku uKheli kuba ubani uzomka ngo-10 ndathi abantwana ndathi ke bazolala phaa endlini so maqhubeleke bekhangela ndahamba nabo ke ngabantwana ndaya endlini.
Then since lockdown,
Load shedding.
load shedding was going to start at 10 o'clock my lord, I became agitated. I took the children with me to my house, was going to sleep at my house, that is Kelly's children. And then I said to her, we can carry on with the search. Nadat ek toe gesien het dat die beerkrag sou begin, ek neem toe die kinders met my na my huis toe, Kelly se kinders, dat hulle by my sou verslaan. En ek vraag my Kelly om te gaan met die soektog.
So siyasawulala ke ngoku wemka ubani ngo-10 ndamfo.
Then went to sleep, then electricity was born at 10 o'clock.
Down.
En ons het ontslaap toe die beerkrag begin.
Ndamfowunela uKheli kuba ndifuna uqonda uba umaxa ukukhangela ngoJoslin so zanga yaringa ifowuni sayiphendula.
Then I called Kelly to find out from her as to how far have we gone with the search.
Is this
The
now
phone
still?
rang without the person answering.
Is this now still the same evening?
Was that the same evening,
About
ma'am?
Subuhi.
Injalo.
That's correct, ma'am. Het staat ook met Joslin om uit te vinden hoeverre ze met die zoektocht,
Kelly.
maar die gewoon met aangehouden nee, ze heeft niet geantwoord.
Mr. Blouse, Kelly. From
Kelly. My apologies.
What happened the next morning?
Most of the land I haven't seen.
Uzile uKheli endlini
Kelly
What?
came to my house, my lord.
wazothi umntana akakafumaneki.
Then she came and tell us the child has not been found yet. Sy kom toe die volgende dag na my huis toe en sy sê die kind was nog nie gevind.
What time was that?
Kuba namaxesha kaMasubalanayo. Ikumo ba namaxesha kaThixo ngokuthanda ngafumani.
In the morning.
Sasa
Around past 7.
witnesses the Lord around past 7. Die getuie so na 7.
So uzile wathi ke nomntana akakafumaneki ndabe sesithi ke malungiselele emsebenzini makathathe abantwana.
She came and said, we haven't found the child yet. And I said, you must take your children because I'm prepared to go to work. Sy said, to die kind was nog gevantie. En vraag toe waarom jy had, must dan neem wat ek was nog gesig om myself te bereik om werk toe te gaan.
And when you refer to children, you're talking about Requin and Raquel.
Dit is 'n goed aan abantwana om te die kind wat nou reg child.
Yes, my lord.
That's correct, so my lord. Dit is die kind nou child wat van nou.
After this day, ma'am, did you participate in any searches for Joslin?
Empa kwala na mimi ingaba ikhona kaliba banalo ukufuna Joslin.
Khange ndibe nalo ngoba oko bendimane ndiphangela oko.
I did not partake in any search because I was at work all the time. And when it deal and soup of Joslin, when it was building
So, on the evening of the 19th of February 2024, you were with Ms. Smith from, say, after 5 when you arrived home, right up until 10 p.m. when there was load shedding. Is that correct?
Li long the way, Carin 19 of February 2024, time of 5. When you miss me, the better special load shedding.
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. He was unmet and Smith geweest die naam Madam van die 1920
Now, I'm just going to go a little bit back and ask you a few questions about what you've just told us, okay? Firstly, when Ms. Smith made the report to the police, did she inform them the reason for which Joslin did not go to school?
I don't remember a lot. The day to Ms. Smith of order and police, it's a same at the
When she made the report to you, can you tell the court exactly what she said to you? That is about Joslin not being at home or Joslin missing.
Can you repeat that again?
No problem. Remember, you told us you came home after 5 and Ms. Smith approached you and said she was looking for Joslin. What exactly did she tell you regarding how she had come to start looking for Joslin? What was the problem?
On our way from work, Kelly came to me.
Ndamlinda wabuza bakhange ndimbona uJoslin ngokunisuka emsebenzini.
Then she wanted to know from me, didn't you see Joslin on the way from work? So if I took me, I think Joslin was sitting apart from me there.
Kulapho ndinathi hayi.
That's when I said no. Let us do it and here.
Did she at any point say to you what the reason was why Joslin was at home that day?
She didn't give me a reason as to why Joslin was at home.
And I see you have recalled quite a few streets that you visited that particular night. When you went to the uncle's house in Deersville, do you remember or do you know what street that was that you went to?
My lord.
I don't remember the name anymore. I can't hear the name, but the play, the strats now, and tears roll on the bus.
Now, can you please describe to the court what was Miss Smith like on that day? How was she acting? What did you observe about her?
In our way, I want to speak. I mean, I said, I want to go to
Ngela xesha siya eDeersville wayekhala.
On our way to Deersville, she was crying.
Kodwa ngosesesibuyile ke ngusiphala ePeter Mokaba Street engasakhali.
But on the way back at Peter Mokaba Street, she wasn't crying anymore.
For how long have you been living near Mr. and Mrs. Smith?
Mrs. Smith, Mr. Police.
That's Buta and Kelly.
Buta and Kelly.
I know pressure, my lord.
It's not a long time, It's still a long time,
in the time that you lived there, did you have any altercation or bad words with them?
My
lord.
No, my lord.
Isn't it further correct that your son Kewange used to be sent to Kelly, that's Miss Smith, to learn Afrikaans?
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct.
You describe your relationship with them as friendly?
Asikho close but besingaxabani.
We are not close, my Lord, but we never had any bad towards each other. One was me, baby, because it was until I was at work, just to put in another thing.
My Lord, if the court will please bear with me. Thank you, my Lord. I have nothing further for the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, sir.
May I please call the board matter in the act of the court is needed.
Certainly.
Thanks, instruction.
Maybe, Mr. Sivnarayan, if you also want to take an instruction now, make use of the opportunity. Nothing was said about accused number 2, so I'm not going to ask Ms. Mikabai. Is your next witness local?
Witness is here, my Lord.
Witness here. Because I anticipate that cross-examination won't be long.
Thank you, my Lord. I've consulted.
Yes, Mr. Adams, are there any questions?
May I please quote, my Lord, yes. I do have a few questions.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you,
listening.
Mr. Tinsley, I just want to ask you a few questions about... See, what concerns me is, and I want to ask you, how sure are you of your times on that evening of 19 February 2024? I want to make sure, I want to ask you a question just to make sure about the times that you are giving evidence about on that evening, the 19th of February, the times that you have mentioned in your evidence.
Now the question was, how sure is the witness about the times?
I haven't asked that. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions about the
Now
time.
let the witness answer, Mr. Adams. You've asked the question about...
That telephone.
Your evidence is that you were working at ShopRite, correct?
Yes, my Lord.
And at what time did your shift end?
5 o'clock.
Now, when your shift ends, when it's 5 o'clock, do you have to go and change? Do you have to go cash up anywhere? What was your position at Checkers? Did you do your cashier?
She
merchandiser?
didn't work at Checkers, Mr. Adams.
Beg your pardon?
She didn't work at Checkers.
I'm sorry,
She works
I
at
mean
ShopRite.
I mean ShopRite, sorry, I mean ShopRite, not Checkers, yeah, sorry.
Umntu kufanele ukuthi impahla anekwenza bonke amaxesha yaphaya kusemqoka.
ndiqonda itaxi rank.
No, my lord, I respect your taxi rank. Here you are a taxi rank.
So you finished work that evening at 5 o'clock and you walked to the taxi rank and took a taxi to go home, I assume.
Yes, my lord.
Correct, my lord. Absolutely.
Now, can you remember, can you tell this court, and say if you can't, what time did you actually get home?
Andiqinisekanga ubana fika bani endlini but ndifike past 5.
I'm not definitely sure what time I passed by to say. It was difficult to learn. So now,
Then your evidence says that when you got home, you heard Kelly calling you. What time was that? Can you recall?
Ungexesha semveni ko-5 ndisuka emsebenzini bendingafika endlini laxesha
after 5, I know, oh my God, I don't reach the house yet. Because now they feel about they are there, there's nothing else.
Now, in your evidence, you also said that you were speaking to Kelly over your fence, over the fence. I assume you were already at your house and you were speaking to Kelly over the fence, correct?
Get.
My lord, I didn't hear what this prosecutor said now. Please, can I specify which?
I'm going to allow the question, but when she said she was on the inside of the fence, was not at that stage when she got home. It wasn't the first encounter. I'm looking at the evidence. As she was still approaching her house, then she went home and she cooked dinner.
Yes, indeed.
And only thereafter was this fence. Then it was the park. Then it was the fence.
Yes. I'm referring to that incident where that she gave evidence about.
So that was much later.
That was much later. I'm referring to that incident.
It was later.
Yeah. Yes. It was later, as I assume.
So what's the point?
I'm getting to the point.
No, because the way you phrased the question, you said you were inside your yard and they were outside and the fence. So you haven't reached home yet. That was the suggestion. And that's clearly wrong.
I'm trying to establish and remind her the way I understood her evidence is that she was talking to Kelly, and in her evidence she says also Buddha said something.
No, that is so. But Mr. Harrison, unless you... If you want to jump to the middle of the evidence, then you must say, I'm going straight there. You ask her about the time she left work, get in the taxi, go home, on your way to home, and then you jump to the fence, and then you suggest that the witness had not yet reached home. She wasn't home yet.
I will take her evidence step by step, my lord.
So at the time that this question where your client first featured was there. But then it was already the dinner that happened. The kids had already gone to the park. And they'd come back. And it was then that she said, let's go to Diasville.
That's correct, I understand that. Can I take it from there?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mother.
So that's after dinner was cooked and everything.
Yeah, I apologize, I just jumped all that, Mother. So just to make clear you understand now, Ms. Tenzi, I'm jumping with your evidence to after you had cooked dinner. You said you started to cook dinner. You remember that? And then there were some people. You said it's your son, and it was Kelly, and went to the park to look at if Joslin was at the park. Is that right?
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct.
Now, can you tell this court when they came back from the park, they went to look and they came back, and your evidence is that Joslin wasn't at the park. Can you recall or tell the court what time that was?
Answer.
I don't recall what happened. He said to get and conducting the party, to the first year, lots of complaints. They said that they are over.
Was it after dark?
It said to hide it.
My lord.
It was not done. It was not me on the. It was not dark yet.
But it becomes dark. Becomes dark after 7, 8 o'clock in that. I beg your pardon, my lord. It comes dark probably 8 o'clock that night.
Injalo, my lord.
So could it, so would it be fair to say that that time was around about 6, after 6?
Singatsho njalo, my lord.
You may say so. It's can so say, can say that it was says, now says.
Then after they came back from the park, your son, Kelly, did Kelly call you from her house?
Tienda wewe babuyile ngoku lapho ndinabuza khona.
I realized that they are taken on that's when I went to ask. Take it to the second church, who can buy the trade.
So you realize they're back? Did your son come back to your house?
And sakhumbula, my lord.
I don't recall whether they can come to my house. The family never listened to the first place on the part of the
But you say you saw that Kelly and them who went to the park were back at their house. You saw that?
ndabeva bethele bababuyile ebhakini lapho nenaphuma khona boza ke ngoba bamfumene nami.
I hear them talking outside the door. That's when I came out and in spite of them, they found me. Hey. And the topic from
now, when you say hello, who are you referring to?
Ukheli umntanami uJuzuke wange noRekwena.
Kelly, my child, the one and Rico. So Kelly is the one and Rico.
Now, my instructions are accused one, Mr. Apollo says. You heard your evidence that you said when you told this court that you suggested to Kelly that they must go to Deersville.
My Lord.
Your evidence was that you heard my client, Mr. Apollo, say that she won't be there, or to the extent something that she won't be there, it's too far.
My Lord.
Now my instructions are that he wasn't there anymore.
Sorry. Ayizangahambi ubuda eDeersville.
I understand that, and he doesn't say he went with you. He's just saying that he did not speak to you or make a comment there saying that, because your evidence was that Buddha answered that Joslin won't be there, talking about Deersville. He says he did not say anything, he wasn't there.
That's not correct.
What is not correct?
Just 1 moment. You've made a statement.
I made a statement.
The witness says it's not correct.
Okay,
so how can you ask the witness what is not correct? It's clearly an answer to your question.
Thank you, Malo. So when you say it's not correct, you're saying my client, Mr. Pullis, is not correct when he says that he wasn't there and you didn't hear him say anything about going to Deersville, it's too far, Joslin won't be there. Is that what you're saying is not correct?
Where he says he was not there was not correct. As I say, this is the
You're giving evidence to the court now, and I tried to get you to recall the time, and you did say you finished 5 and you got to work at home just after 5. My client would say, and it sounds to me like you're saying from the time you got home, that all the discussions with Kelly and who else was there took place very soon after 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
We'll tell you 5, okay?
She told me after 5 o'clock.
Now, I just want to tell you what my client says.
Just one moment. The question was that most of the discussions there took place shortly after 5. That's the question.
ngexesha ndibuye emsebenzini
Now let's try and clear up the confusion with times. You knocked off at 5 o'clock.
injalo my lord.
Then you had to go to the taxi rank.
injalo my lord.
How long does it take you from work to the taxi rank?
Two minutes.
And can you recall whether you waited for the taxi or were there taxis available immediately?
Andisakhumbuli my lord.
And how long does it take from the taxi rank to where you live?
Plus minus 12 minutes.
So is it safe to say that you got home before 5:30?
injalo my lord.
So that's when the first interaction with Miss Smith took place that night.
endlini ewe injalo my lord.
Then you went home and you cooked dinner.
injalo my lord.
Can you recall how long it took you to prepare dinner?
Andisakhumbuli but zandigqibe kuba ndandisilinde 20 years.
I can't remember how long it took, but I did not finish preparing the food yet at that stage yet. Because that's when I decided it was 40 years old. Interesting. The Carin also last of the name of the auntie that was already on the stop, and still people say that was 40 years old.
Yeah, because in between that time there was also the visit to the park.
By the Carin Zas. The name is Carin Zas.
injalo my lord.
That's correct.
So would it still have been before 6 o'clock or after 6 when this discussion about Deersville took place?
Ngatenzile phaa ngabo-7.
At about 7. So this year we need to stay for the years or so.
Amended, Your Lordship. Thank you, Mr. Tinsley. So the Deersville discussion took around about 7. You see, and that fits in with my instructions. Mr. Paulus Gupta, accused 1, as I've already stated to you, says he didn't say anything there when you suggested going to Deersville. He said nothing. He had already left. He wasn't there anymore.
Ayiwenyani.
That's not true.
Yes. I just want to establish something else. This is my last question to you. If I understood your evidence correctly, the police was phoned, the police came and found, is it correct that the police found yourself and Kelly in the street? And that street, if I remember your evidence correctly, was Peter Makaba Street.
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct. Sekarang kalau ada polisi pemeriksaan terkait soal ada polisi sekarang masuk tidak tahu sekarang.
I have no more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kabai. Any questions?
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Sinha, any questions?
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions for the witness.
Any re-examination? Thank you. Ms. Tenzing, thank you. May be excused. Who is your next witness? Number? What aspect of the case will this witness testify about?
Gone to a house in Deersville. This witness will take it from there. And she's also, don't know the English words because I only heard the Afrikaans, Groot Maak Ma of Joslin. My lord, as far as the images of this witness is concerned, I haven't had the opportunity to ask her personally this morning, but I have asked the investigating officer to make inquiries. I will ask the court to engage the witness. I haven't been informed.
If there's no application, then we'll proceed as normal. Unless I have a specific application for a specific witness. Otherwise, yes, thank you. May swear in the witness. Where's Joslin? Ma'am, may I have your full names, please?
Before the name, Natasha Enders, my lord.
Number 52 for the spelling. Het u enige beswaar teen die aflê van die eed? Any objection in taking the oath?
No objection, my lord.
You will then swear the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Swear
So help me God. That's correct, my lord. Thank you. Thank you. May I have a seat? You.
Swan is the witness, my lord.
Thank you. May I have a seat?
You can, sir.
Make yourself comfortable.
As it pleases the
Try and get the evidence in chief on record.
My lord, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Let's try and get the evidence in chief on record, so that if counsel needs to take instructions, they can do that over the lunch break, so that we don't waste unnecessary time.
As it pleases the court. Ms. Andrews, is it the first time that you are testifying in a court?
Is it vir die eerste keer dat u in hof getuig?
Ja,
That's correct, my lord.
I take it that there's a bit of nerves and anxiety as well.
Ik kan verstaan dat u nervous is voor die op één.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
All we're going to ask is that you listen very carefully to the questions.
Al wat ek vir u gaan vra, as ek keer vir u stel vra,
Answer only when you understand what is being asked.
u moet net 'n antwoord gee wanneer u verstaan wat die vraag is.
I want you to take deep breaths, relax. We're not going to rush you.
U kan asemhaal, u moet dit ontspan, staan nie vir die asem.
So, I'm going to ask you to tell the Honorable Court, how do you know Joslin Smith?
Ek gaan vir u vra, hoe bekend is u met Joslin Smith?
Ik ken voor Joslin van haar ma heeft voor haar bij mij kom los.
I know Joslin because another came to live here with me.
Ja, ik heb daar baie keer uitgehelp met Joslin.
I, a few times, assisted her with Joslin.
When you say her mother would leave her with you, how old was Joslin at that time?
As u sê haar ma het gevra dat ons geteken een, hoe oud sou Joslin op aan staat gewees was?
Dit is van baba af.
From baby.
Just one moment, this is. I think the witness is a bit far from the microphone.
Thank you, my lord. I have been.
If we can just try and assist you, because I cannot hear the Afrikaans that the evidence is given in, and I'm sure people at the back want to hear. Je moet maar proberen zo'n beetje hard te praten, alsjeblieft.
Try to just speak a little bit louder, the witness is fine.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, you were saying that you know Joslin from the time she was a baby. Is that correct?
U het gesê u Joslin leer ken van baba tot rechts.
Yes,
That's correct, my lord.
How did you come to know Miss Smith, Kelly Smith?
Hoe het gekom dat u vir Kelly Smith so geken het?
Ons ouers was in selfde bediening en so dat hulle mekaar se huis gekom en so het ons mekaar geken.
Our parents were in the same employment, so that made us now to come together and know each other's residence.
Where did you reside?
Waar was u woonagtig?
In Deersville.
In Deersville Road.
Sorry, my lord, there's a correction to the interpretation.
Dealing, my lord, in church code, my lord. Our parents were going to say church. That's how we know each other's residence. Apologies.
Is that correct, ma'am?
As het rechts
Ja,
is een kerk.
Ja, dat is het.
Ja, yes, my lord.
Miss Andrews, you're free to correct anything if it's incorrect, okay?
As iets mondelijk verkeerd wordt getouwd, dan kan het recht maken. Yes, that's correct.
Very well. Now you say that's how you knew her. How many years was this?
He said that the camp had given a take to it, over so
How many years ago was this?
Hoeveel jaar geleden was het geweest?
Dit was al meer dan 20 jaar.
It's more than 20 years, my lord.
And I understand you had a surgery at a certain point where Miss Smith was of assistance to you. Is that correct?
De bevolking of hier operatie ondergaan waar die Miss Smith gehaald had. That's correct, my lord.
Please tell us about that relationship. How did she work for you?
Kan u dan ook meer door die verwantskap weet hoe het zich gewerkt?
Op daardie stadium het Kelly nog by haar ma gebly in die huis.
At this stage was it ready to care of the mother in the house.
En dit was naby aan die huis waar ek gewoon het.
It was close by to the house in which I was residing.
Toe ek die operasie gehad het sy altyd vir my kom uitlaat.
When I had the operation, she would now every time come and assist me.
How would she assist you?
Hoe sal sy vir jou?
Sy het in die huis kom help.
She would help in the house,
Sy het vir my kind gehelp.
assist my
Wat
child,
wat baie klein was daai tyd.
who was quite small at that stage.
How would you describe your relationship with Mrs. Smith?
Hoe was die verwantskap met juffrou Smith?
Ons verwantskap was goed.
We had a good relationship, my lord.
And if I have it correctly, Joslin was born in 2017, correct?
As ek moet dit reg is, Joslin het toe as toe gebore in 2017 is die rest.
As dit so.
That's correct, my lord.
Who is Joslin's biological father?
Wie is Joslin se biologiese vader?
Jos Emke. Jos Emke.
Josh Emke, my lord.
Did you know him?
Het u vir Josh Emke geken?
Ek het hom ook geken deur Elia.
Yes, I also know you him through Kelly.
Did you ever visit where Mrs. Smith lived in Middelpos?
Het u op 'n stadium af besoek afgelê waar juffrou Smith so gewoon het in Middelpos?
Dis reg.
That's correct.
How often would you visit?
Hoeveel so u wees besoek?
Nie baie kere nie.
Not a lot of times, my lord.
Now, I've also had to use some Afrikaans words, which you understand, it's foreign to me, but the word that was used to describe you is groot maak ma. Can you please describe what that means?
As 'n woord gebruik in Afrikaans wat ek nie weet want ek nie ken dit soms as Anka sê, sy sê jy wil beskryf as 'n groot ma van Joslin. Kan jy dit verduidelik wat daar by ons?
Ja, dit is omdat ek het vir Kelly met Joslin gehelp van geboorte af.
It's because I assisted Kelly with Joslin from birth.
And when you say assisted, what do you mean by that? How did you assist?
As jy so sê, ek het gehelp vanaf geboorte, wat het jy daarmee, wat bedoel jy daarmee?
Dit is wanneer Kelly by mense gaan skoonmaak en dit sy kind by my kom los.
When Kelly would go to clean up people's houses, she would bring the child and leave it with me.
Do you know where Miss Smith's other children would stay?
Weet jy waar die ander kinders van juffrou Smith so gebly het?
Toe Joslin kleiner was, by net Joslin by haar gebly, die ouer ene het by haar ma gebly in daai tyd.
When Joslin was still small, only Joslin was riding with her, and the elder one was staying with her mother.
Sy het nog nie die jongste een gehad nie.
She hadn't had the youngest one as yet at that stage.
Are you referring to the older son?
Yes.
Maar die kind wat van die onze seun.
Dis reg so.
That's correct.
And who did he live with? Just repeat that,
Kan
please.
jy net weer herhaal en weer gebruik?
Now, apart from taking care of Joslin when Kelly went to work, did Joslin ever stay over with you?
Behalve dat Joslin so by u agtergelaat was as Kelly gaan werk, het sy ooit by u oorgebly?
Ja, dis reg.
That's correct, yes, my lord.
Can you describe how the intervals would be? For how long would she stay over?
Kan u verop sê vir hoe lang, hoeveel kere sal sy by u bly?
Sy sou, daar was net 'n sekere tydperkie.
There is a specific time period, my lord.
Sy sou soms kom as ons haar gaan haal,
She would come to us when we would fetch her,
soms vir 'n naweek,
sometimes for a weekend,
soms tyd langer.
sometimes longer.
And in the year January, let's start with December 2023 to January 2024, where did Joslin stay?
Kom ons gaan nou na die jaar totaal 2022 begin van die jaar 2023. Waar was Joslin woonagtig?
I'm speaking specifically of the school holidays.
Ek spraak spesifiek uit die skool daar vakansie.
As ons by Desember 2023, Desember 2022.
It was December 2023, 2022, December 2023.
Just one moment. Just one moment.
She was residing with me.
Just one moment, please, Mr. What year are we talking about?
My lord?
Because the one moment I hear 2022 and the next moment I hear 2023 in the same question.
I will clarify with the witness, my lord. My question was December 2023 to January 2024, the school holidays.
Die vraag was tussen December 2023 tot met die Januari 2024 gedurende die skoolvakansie. Vanaf December 2023 tot en met Januari gedurende die skoolvakansie van 2024. She was staying with me.
In that time, did Kelly visit Joslin at your place?
Did SABC no woonagtig was gedurende die tyd dat Kelly vir Joslin besoek gewees? No.
Did you take Joslin to see Kelly at her place?
So, ek Joslin neem om vir Kelly te gaan sien by haar plek.
Gedurende die vakansietydperk nee.
During the school holidays, no, my lord.
Maar wel, voordat die skool sal aangaan, sal ek haar terugneem.
But before the schools would proceed, I would take her back.
Just one moment. So now we go back. So this was the last long school holiday before she disappeared.
So dat was de laatste lang vakantie voordat ze weg is.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Any other long school holidays that she stayed with you?
En je nog een andere vakantie dat ze is ook gebleven?
Ja, ze heeft ook in mij gebleven.
Yes, there is times that she's staying with me.
So let's go back to the June-July holiday of 2023 and then we work our way back. Take it away.
I'll take it from there, my lord. You've indicated already that there would be other long holidays that Joslin would stay with you. Does that include the June-July vacation?
U het gesê sekere vakansie sê by u kom bly. Sou dit nou tussen die Julie skoolvakansie is?
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
What about weekends on a normal school week?
Wat van de naweke op 'n normale skooldag? Week.
Sy het soms Victoria gesê dat soms het sy gekom en soms nie.
She would sometimes come, sometimes not.
And how would the arrangements be made for when Joslin was to come over to you?
Wat sou die manier wees hoe sou Joslin na u toe gekom het? Wat sou julle besluit toe Joslin kom?
Haar ma het haar gebring.
Her mother would bring him.
Of ek het haar gaan haal.
Or I would go to fetch him.
And when you earlier testified that it went back to 2022, is that how far the holidays went when Joslin would come stay with you over long vacations?
As ik nou zei dat was een lang vakanties gaan staan jaar 2020 gedurende lang vakanties.
Nee, want toen het sy nog in school gegaan.
No, my lord, because at that time she had started schooling again.
Very well. And in that time, when she wasn't at school, where would she stay?
Op daardie stadium as sy nie by die skool was nie, waar sou sy woonagtig wees?
Kan ek gou weer verhaal?
Can you repeat that again?
In the year 2022, before Joslin could go to school, where would she stay?
In die jaar in 2020 voordat Joslin skool begin, waar sou sy gebly het?
Gedeeltelik by my, gedeeltelik by haar ma.
Partly with her mother, partly with me.
Is there anywhere else that you know that you know of where Joslin would stay the way she does with you?
As I in a andere plek waar Joslin so woon agter wees, soos in die eerste gewoon het.
Nee.
No.
Is it correct, ma'am, that at some point you were in the process or intended to adopt Joslin?
As het reg so dat Pastor was op 'n stadium om Joslin te adopt.
Dis reg so.
Dis reg so. That's right.
What happened to that process?
Wat het gebeur met die proses?
Ons kon nie voortgaan want haar ouers wou nie instem.
We could not proceed because the parents would not allow it. They wouldn't agree.
I jumped the gun with regard to process. Can you explain what steps were taken by yourself to adopt Joslin?
Kan u nou iets met die eie woorde sê wat er stappe so geneem was om vir Joslin toe as die eie te beoordeel?
Regarding social services, sorry ma'am.
Verband met die social services.
Ek het ma het al na die maatskaplike werker toe gegaan.
Myself and my mother went to the social worker.
Which mother now? Which mother? Joslin's mother or Kelly's mother?
I'll clarify with the witness, my lord. Who are you referring to, ma'am?
As he says, ek en haar ma na die verwysing na Joslin of na Kelly or na Kelly's mama?
Joslin's mama.
Joslin's mother.
It's Kelly.
Kelly.
Very well. So you and Kelly, where did you go?
He and Kelly waren hulle toe?
Na die maatskaplike werker in Saldanha.
To the social worker in Saldanha.
What happened there?
Wat het toe gebeur?
Ons kon nie voortgaan met enige papierwerke nie want haar ouers wou nie instem nie, dis Jos en Kelly.
We could not proceed with this application of the documents because parents would not give us go ahead with Josh and Kelly.
When was this?
Wanneer was dit geweest?
Joslin was nog 'n baba.
Joslin was still a baby.
Ja, ek sal sê in 2018.
I would say 2018.
As ek korrek is. Ja.
If I'm correct.
I didn't hear the answer because...
20, could be 2018, if I'm correct, my lord.
Mr. Blau, can you just wait for the witness to finish before you start the translation? Otherwise, I can't make out what's being said.
Correct, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Hiraman, I'm still not clear as to who we're talking about here.
My lord, I didn't hear that.
I'm still not clear who are we talking about. They went to see the social worker. She went with Kelly. Now Kelly is a parent. But then the evidence is we could not proceed as the parents would not agree. Now who are we talking about here?
I will clarify that with the witness, my lord. Ma'am, can you explain to the Honourable Court what do you mean when you say the parents didn't agree? Because you said to us that you went with Kelly and then the process didn't go through because the parents didn't agree. Please explain that to the court.
He had gesê, he and Joslin, Kelly is na die social worker toe. Aangekom daar die social worker, maar die kon nie voortgaan met die papierwerk van die ouers het die toegestem. Kan nie vir die ouers?
Ek het eers met Kelly en Josh gepraat.
I first spoke to Kelly and Josh.
En hulle wou nie instem.
They didn't agree.
Maar Kelly het wel saam met gegaan.
But Kelly went to with me.
En ons daaroor gepraat en dit was nog steeds nie.
We spoke about it, but the answer was still no.
So eventually both parties, both parents, Josh and Kelly, refused.
Ja.
Beide partye yes.
My lord, perhaps this would be a convenient time to stop.
3/4 of an hour. Is that enough? 45 minutes for lunch. Will that
No,
be sufficient?
no objection. No objection, my lord.
So I'm going to take the adjournment till 1:45. So it's only a 45-minute break. Then we will resume. Thank you. Court adjourned.
Stand low.
witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Understand so, my Lord?
Thank you, Ms. Herman.
As it pleases the court, my lord. Ms. Andrews, can you please tell the Honourable Court what was the reason why you wanted to adopt Joslin?
Can u perhaps say, what was the rede waarom u Joslin wou aanneem?
Die rede was omdat Joslin Kelly het baie 'n kleidheid.
At that stage, George and Kelly used to fight a lot.
Josh and Kelly.
Josh and Kelly used to fight a lot.
You're referring to Joslin's biological mom and dad?
He verwees na die biologiese ouers van Joslin.
Is dat reg so?
That's correct, my Lord.
Proceed.
You can voortgaan.
En ons is bekommerd oor die kind dalk iets sal oorkom en dit is die rede hoekom ons graag die kind.
We were concerned that something may happen to the child. That's why we wanted to help the child for us.
En Kelly het nie ondersteuning gehad van haar familie nie.
Kelly didn't have support from her family.
How would you describe the living conditions of where Kelly lived as opposed to yourself?
Kan u dan in die omstandighede in die hof vergelyk in verband met Kelly se woonagter was en waar u gebly?
As far as it regards the care of Joslin.
As ons kom by die omsien van Joslin.
Kan u weer verhaal?
Can you please repeat that again?
When it comes to taking care of Joslin,
As ons kyk na om na Joslin te sien,
how would you describe the environment in which Joslin was when she was at your place versus when she is with Kelly?
kan u dan omstandighede vergelyk in verband met u woon en in verband met Kelly se?
Daar was 'n difference geweest daarin.
There was a difference with Kelly.
Want Kelly se omstandighede was nie so goed nie.
Can you read out?
Kelly se omstandighede was nie so goed nie.
The situation at Kelly's was not that good.
Ja, dat is wat ek sê my rede. En by my was dit mos nou ons is ons nie bekleierige mense nie, dis 'n rustige kalme area.
We are not in an area where there's quite a fighting, it's quite a calm area.
And your home itself, as
And
far
the-
as the care for Joslin goes?
And die woning itself in verband om te sien na Joslin.
Kan jy weer sê?
The whatever was provided at your home versus what was provided for Joslin at her mum's place. Can you tell us what the differences were?
Kan u dan die verskil tussen waar u so vir Joslin kan omsien by u huis, en vergelyk met wat Joslin se afhanklik van voorsienbaar is.
Ons kan vir haar beter voorsien het as wat haar ma sou voel.
We could have provided for better than a mother food.
In what way?
En wat opsig.
In veiligheid,
In safety,
Why do you say that?
hoekom sê jy dit?
dat Kelly en Jos ons baie baklei het.
Because Kelly and Josh used to fight a lot.
Anything else?
Enigiets anders?
Geldelike omstandighede was daar ook. Finansiëel.
And financial issues was also part of it.
You've told us prior to the lunch adjournment that Joslin would stay over with you over holidays and weekends from time to time. Was there any other reason when Joslin would be brought under your care?
U het gesê vir ons tot opgebreek het vir die etens pauze. Het u gesê so nou en dan na weke en gedurende die lang vakansies, skoolvakansies. Is daar enige ander rede wat Joslin onder u so geplaas word, gebring word?
By social services.
Van die maatskaplike werk.
Ja, dis reg. Sy die maatskaplike werker sou die kind saam met Kelly gebring het na my toe.
The social worker was going to bring the child with Kelly to me.
Wanneer Joslin Kelly beklei het? Wanneer Jos en Kelly beklei het?
When Josh and Kelly were fighting.
Was there ever a time when Kelly went into rehab?
Was er enige tyd waar Kelly toe tot met die rehab gegaan het?
Ja, sê,
Yes, she did.
And where was Joslin then?
Waar was Joslin dan?
sy het by die maatskaplike werkers het daar ook by my gelos. Wat bly.
She left with the social services.
No, but the witness says that the child was brought to her by social services.
So the child was social services.
Is that correct, ma'am?
Ja. Ja.
Yes.
How often was that, or how many times was that?
Hoeveel keer sou dit nog gebeur?
Dit is omtrent, ek sal sê dit was omtrent 3 keer deur die maatskaplike werker as hulle beklei het.
It would be 3 chances I can say, my Lord, to whenever they would have a fight.
En die een keer wat sy reep toe gegaan het, wat Joslin 'n baba was, wat hulle die kind by my kom los.
And the one time when she went for rehab, Joslin was still a baby, then they brought the child to me.
How long did Joslin stay with you then,
For hoe lang het Joslin toe by u gebly?
when she went to rehab?
Toe sy nog na rehab gaan.
Sy het in die begin aan en af gekom,
In the beginning she would come now and then.
want voor die reep was sy eers by die huis vir women and children abuse.
Before that she was at the institution for women and children abuse, as witness says, my Lord.
And in that time, did Joslin stay with you?
Gedurende die tyd het Joslin toe met u gebly.
Aan en af van sy mag by Kelly gebly het in die tyd by die women and children abuse center.
Now and then, my Lord, because at that stage she was eligible to stay with Kelly at this institution.
In die reek daarna, sy reep toe en toe die kinder my gebly.
Direct after that she went to rehab, and then the child was brought to me.
What was the reason for her going to rehab?
Wat het voor ons, wat was de reden waarom sy moest gaan voor help rehab?
Hulle het al gesê dat die drug abuse of druggebruik van haar, druggebruik.
It was the using of drugs, my Lord, by her.
Was there ever an occasion when you reprimanded Kelly for Joslin's appearance?
Het jy al bestadium vir Kelly ingesê in verband met Joslin se voorkoms?
Nee, weer vra.
Can you repeat that again?
Was there ever a time when Joslin was brought to you that you noticed from her appearance what she looked like and you reprimanded Kelly? Is that
Was
correct?
daar een bestadium waar Joslin, wat Kelly by Joslin het toegebring het, as u na Joslin se kyk, toe u by Joslin vir Kelly daarvan gesê?
Ja, dat is reg.
Yes, that's correct.
Why?
Hoekom?
What did you notice about Joslin?
Wat het u by Joslin gesien? Wat het u notisie gehad van Joslin?
Die kere was meer, of die kere was, sy was miskien nou nie altyd ordentlik aangetrek of haar hare was sy gekam nie. Dit was die uiterlike meer.
The issue was that sometimes she wouldn't be properly dressed and the hair wouldn't be in a good condition.
And how did that compare to when Joslin was in your care?
Hoe was dit, wat was die verskil dan toe sy in hy geval was en sy in sy office?
En by my was sy mos nou altyd skoon.
With me she was always clean,
En haar hare was gekam.
the hair would be combed.
Please tell the Honourable Court about the circumstances surrounding a policy that you wanted to include Joslin as the beneficiary of.
Kan u dan vir hom inlig in van die polis wat u sou wou gevat het daar Joslin die
Beneficiary.
beneficiaries sou wees?
Ons wou op ons polis gesit het.
We wanted to put here on our policy.
Dis nou die doodsgenootskap,
It is with
The Burial Society.
funeral cover.
funeral cover.
Omdat sy was baie aan en af by ons
Because she was most of the time on and off with
en
us.
gereeld met ons iewers gegaan.
She would mostly go with us somewhere.
What became of that?
Wat het van dit geword?
Ek en Kelly het maatskaplike werkers toe gegaan
Me and Kelly went to the social workers
om te gaan vra.
to
En
go and ask.
hulle het gesê hulle doen dit nie meer by hulle kantore nie.
Then they said that this we don't do anymore at our offices.
En hulle doen dit nou net in Vredenburg by die
En-
hof. By die hof in Vredenburg.
And then they said this would only be done at Vredenburg at the court.
Did you follow up or follow through with that?
Het u te voet gegaan met jullie aanzoek?
Nee,
No.
What was the reason?
Wat was de reden?
Kelly het nie gekom dat ons kon gaan nie.
Kelly didn't come for us to go there.
Is it correct, ma'am, that Joslin would accompany you and your family on holidays?
Als het recht is dat Joslin met uw familie naar vakantieplekken zou gaan?
Is dat reg?
Is recht, that's correct, my lord?
Is it further correct that you would provide the basic necessities like clothing, toiletries, toothbrushes, etc. for Joslin?
U zal voorzien voor toeristen zoals tandenborstel, kleren
Is reg?
en goed ermee sponsor.
Is it also
That's correct, my
correct?
lord?
Is it also correct that one of the reasons why you wanted Joslin to live with you was because you were worried about the child herself?
Is het recht dat een van de redenen waarom u Joslin wil hê dat sy by u moet kom woon is omdat u bekommerd was voor die kind zelf?
Is reg?
That's correct, my lord.
Now, on the 19th of February 2024 is where I want you to where I'm going to take you to now. But can you please tell the Honourable Court, prior to the 19th of February, when was the last time you saw Joslin?
Ons gaan naar die 19 Februari 2024 maar voor ons daarheen gaan. Wanneer was de laatste keer toen u voor Joslin gezien hebt?
Joslin was ons het haar huis toe gevat 'n week voor die skole begin het.
We took Joslin home a week before school started.
That was the last you saw
Dat was de
Joslin.
laatste keer dat u voor Joslin toe gezien hebt.
Dat Joslin by ons was, ja, dis reg.
That was when she was with us, yes.
Now, tell us what happened on the 19th of February 2024.
Kan u dan vir ons sê wat so was op met die 19 Februari 2024?
Op daai dag, hierdie dag, die aand,
That night, my lord,
om 20:08,
at about 8:20,
het Kelly by my huis kom roep.
Kelly came to my house very sweet and she called.
On what street is your home, ma'am?
En wat in straat is die huis van je?
Arendstraat.
In Arendstraat Street, my lord.
Proceed.
You can quote.
Sy en African vrou was by mekaar
She was with an African lady
en nog 2 kinders.
and 2 kids as well.
En hulle het vir my kom vra of Joslin by my is.
They came to me to inquire if Joslin was with me.
En ek het vir hulle gesê,
And I said to them,
nee, Joslin is nie hier nie.
Joslin is not at my place.
How did Kelly appear to you? Can you describe what she looked like?
Hoe Kelly by die voorgekom kan nie beskryf hoe sy voorgekom het?
Kelly was nog baie, hoe kan ek nou sê, ek sal nie sê sy was kalm nie,
I wouldn't say she was calm.
maar ek sal ook nie sê sy was anxious nie.
I wouldn't also say she was anxious, as witness says, my lord.
She asked you if Joslin had come there and you said no. What happened next?
Sy praat nie vir u op Joslin daar gekom het en nie sê toe nee, wat gebeur daarna?
Hulle is toe weer daar weg om op ander plekke te gaan soek, soos sy gesê het.
They left to go and look for other places, as she said, my lord.
Was this the first time that something like this had happened regarding Joslin?
Was dit die eerste keer dat so iets so gebeur het met Joslin?
So ver my kennis trek.
As far as my memory can, or my knowledge is, my lord.
When was the next time you saw Kelly?
Wanneer was die volgende keer toe u Kelly sien?
Kelly weer die vroege oggendure van 20ste Februarie by my aangekom met
Kelly came back to me on early hours of the 20th of February.
Do you recall the time, ma'am?
Kan u onthou hoe dit was?
Dit was voor 1
It was before 1.
om 'n foto te kom haal van Joslin.
To come and fetch a photo of Joslin.
So you had photographs of Joslin.
So you photos van Joslin.
Ja.
Yes.
Was there load shedding that evening?
Was dat leerkracht na hieraan?
Die aan van die 19de was er load shedding.
On the 9th
Van
of the 19th there was load shedding.
Van 10 tot rondom 12 uur.
It's about from 10 and until about 12 o'clock.
The second,
Around 12 o'clock.
the second time that you saw Kelly, this is now 1 a.m. in the morning. Did she come with civilians or the police?
Die volgende dag 3 uur tot 4 uur ochtenduren. Het zijn gekomen met politie of
Civilians.
of met die gemeenschap.
Maar die polisie,
With the police.
When you, I take it that you did give them a photograph of Joslin, correct?
Moet ik aanvaarden dat ik een foto van Joslin gegeven?
is reg.
That's right, my lord.
What happened next?
Wat gebeurt er daarna?
Toe was hulle weer daar weg en ek het vir haar gesê, sy moet vir my kom sê of hulle die kind gekry het.
Then they left and I asked her she must come back and come and tell me if they found the child.
Did that happen?
Het dit gebeur?
Sy het toe nie teruggekom nie
She never came back.
en ek het vir haar weer die volgende oggend by die polisiestasie gekry.
Then I found her the next morning at the police station.
So is it correct that would be later on in the day? That's of the 20th of February.
Dit sou later die dag van 20 Februarie wees.
How did it come about that you went to the police station?
Hoe dit toe gekom dat u by die polisiestasie moes gaan het?
Ek het my kind weggeneem skool toe
I was taking my child to school,
en ek het verby die polisiestasie gery.
passing the police station driving.
Dit is wat Kelly uitkom by iemand anders se voertuig
That's when Kelly was alighting from someone else's vehicle
om in te gaan by die polisiestasie.
to enter the police station.
En ek het my kind afgelei en teruggekom.
I dropped my child off and I went back.
Dit is waar ek toe verder saam met haar was by die polisiestasie.
That's when I was with the ongoing at the police station.
So you remained with her then?
Hier met gebleven at the police station.
Dis reg.
That's correct.
How would you describe her then?
Hoe kan u nou wat beter dan daar staan?
Kelly was baie hartseer by die polisiestasie.
She was very heartbroken at the police station, my lord.
Did she say anything to you about Joslin missing?
Het sy enige iets aan u gesê wat in verband met dat Joslin vermis was?
Sy by die polisiestasie
At the police station,
het sy nog net die gesê sy weet nie waar sy kind is, sy kry nie haar kind nie.
she said all the time, I don't know where my child is, I don't find my child.
Did you remain with her at the police station for the rest of the day?
As die gebleven, die hele dag by die polisiestasie.
Ons was nie heeldag by die polisiestasie nie.
We were not at the police station the whole day.
Yes, what happened?
Wat het gebeur?
Oggend toe ons klas by die polisiestasie, het sy toe daarvan af verder saam met my gery.
From the police station, she further drive with me.
Where did you go to?
Baie Seattle toe.
Ons is heel eers na my ma toe om haar te gaan inlig
Firstly, we went to my mother to go inform her.
en daarna weer Middelbos toe.
Then from there to Middelbos.
Was there ever a point when Kelly's attitude towards you changed?
Was daar enige punt waar Kelly se houding aan iets verander het?
Nie die eerste dag nie.
Not at the first day,
Meer later se soektog aangegaan het.
just later as this search was carrying on.
Can you describe to the court what happened?
Kan u aan die hof verduidelik wat gebeur?
Sy het toe meer sy was meer kalmer as wat sy die eerste dag was of die Dinsdag die 20ste was. Toe was sy meer kalmer en daar is iets in haar wat ek gesoek het en sy vir my was sy moes vir my meer anxious gewees het om haar kind te soek.
She was more calmer than the Tuesday, my lord. There's something which I was expecting to get from her as a person. She was supposed to witness more anxious as a person was looking for a child.
That was the expectation of the witness.
That's what people wanted.
Yes.
That was the expectation.
Did you yourself participate in the search for Joslin?
Het u zelf deelgeneem aan die zoektocht van Joslin?
Is dat reg?
That's correct.
Please tell us when and how that was.
Kan u vir ons sê wanneer en hoe sou dit gebeur het?
Dit is van die Dinsdagoggend af wat ek vir Kelly ontmoet het by die polisiestasie.
It's from the morning of the Tuesday when I met Kelly at the police station.
Ons elke dag gaan soek saam die res van die gemeenskap.
Every day I would be with the community and look.
Did Kelly or Buta join you in that search?
Het Kelly of Buta hier kom help in die soek, toch?
Kelly het die Dinsdag,
Kelly did the Tuesday,
maar Buta was afwesig.
but Buta was not present.
Was that the only day you noted Kelly's presence in the search?
Was dit die eerste keer wat u toe notisie gevat het van Kelly se teenwoordigheid in die soek, toch?
So ver ek kan onthou.
That's it. This is as far as I can remember, my lord.
Want Kelly moet in die oggende waarmee sy saam Kelly Zegas by die polisiestasie moet gewees het.
Because every morning she was supposed to be at the police station.
You mentioned a name.
He had a naam genoem.
Kelly Zegas.
Kelly.
Zegas.
Kelly Zegas.
Zegas.
Zegas. Kelly Zegas. She was supposed to be every morning at the police station with Kelly Zegas.
Do you know accused number 2 in this matter, Stefano?
Ken u beskuldigde nummer 2 in die saak, Stefano?
Is dat reg?
That's right.
How do you know him?
Hoe ken u vir hom?
Ons bly in een straat.
We stay in the same street.
Do you know a Laurentia Lombard?
Ken u 'n persoon met die naam van Laurentia Lombard?
Glad nie voorheen geken nie.
Not before, my lord.
Net met Joslin se verdwyning.
Just during the time of Joslin getting missed or lost.
Did you ever visit Kelly in prison after her arrest?
Nadat Kelly toe gearresteer was, het hy op 'n stadium van kuier by die gevangenis?
Ja, dis reg.
Yes, that's correct.
What was the reason for that?
Wat was die rede waarom hy na toe gaan het in die gevangenis?
Omdat ek wil gaan hoor het of daar antwoorde uitkom sy enige inligting het.
Just to go and find out from her if there's any thing that she might have heard, is there any information that she has
Van waar Joslin kan wees.
as to about the whereabouts of Joslin.
And her response?
Wat was die reaksie daarop gereageer?
Haar antwoord was,
The
Tassa,
answer was,
Tassa, ek weet nie waar is Joslin.
Tassa, I don't know where Joslin is.
How many times did you visit her?
Hoeveel keer het u haar besoek?
3 keer.
3 times.
Where did you visit her?
Waar het u haar besoek?
Polsmoor, gevangenis.
Paulsmoor, Present.
My Lord, if the court will bear with me. Ms. Andrews, I asked you about the relationship between Josh and Kelly. What can you tell us about the relationship between Buta and Kelly, if anything at all?
Ik heb hier gevraagd over de verwantschap tussen Josh en Kelly. Wat was hetzelfde tussen Buta en Kelly? Can you ask that again?
You testified earlier that at some point Kelly was admitted to a shelter because of domestic violence issues with Josh.
Op een stadium was Kelly ingenomen naar een institution in verband met handelen van de vrouw. Josh.
Correct? Can you please tell the court what was the nature of the relationship between Kelly and Buta?
Wat was die verhouding tussen Kelly en Buta?
Die verhouding tussen Kelly en Buta was aan die begin baie goed.
The relationship between Kelly and Buta at the beginning was very good.
En later in die tyd toe dit begin is lyk of Buta en Kelly ook beklei, want Kelly het soms met haar woorde aangekom.
Later in the relationship, it appeared that Buta and Kelly were also fighting because Kelly would sometimes come to my place with some wounds.
Did she convey to you how she sustained those injuries?
That's it. What are you going to say? Saying for students who
Nee, ek het nie gevra.
No, I didn't ask.
Now you've told us that Requin did live with his grandmother. Do you know how long Requin lived with Kelly?
Hy het gesê Requin het gebly met sy ouma. Weet jy hoe lang so Requin met Kelly gebly het?
Ek kan nie presies sê nie.
I won't be able to say exactly.
Maar as ek nou moet 'n antwoord gee, sal dit wees vir die laaste 3 jaar.
If I can try to be correct, I think it was for the last 3 years.
If I can assist you, Ms. Andrews, if we take 2024, February 2024, prior to that, how long was Requin living with Kelly and Buta?
Maar ons gaan terug na February 2022, voor hy tyd van February 2024, hoe lang het Requin met Kelly en Buta gebly? Voor die 19 van February 2022, hoe lang het Requin met Kelly en Buta gebly?
Vir die tydperk wat Kelly en Buta by mekaar was.
For the period that Buta and Kelly were together.
Approximately 3 years, correct?
Yeah. It's been 3 years. Yes.
And can you describe to the Honourable Court what was Kelly's relationship with all of her children?
Well, kan u describe hoe Kelly's verhouding was met alle kinders?
Kelly het 'n baie goeie verhouding met haar kinders gehad.
She had a very good relationship with her kids.
Sy was 'n goeie ma vir haar kinders.
She was a good mother for her children.
Court will bear with me, my lord. In the time that you've known Kelly, has there ever been any altercations, fights between the two of you?
Vanaf die tyd dat ek vir Kelly geken het, was er enige gestryding of 'n konflik tussen myself en Kelly?
Ek sal meer sê redenaasies, maar nie regtig stry of glad nie beklei.
I would say more quarrels more than fighting.
And in your visits with her in Paulsmoor, those were friendly visits? There was no animosity between the two of you?
En die basiese by Paulsmoor was meer vriendelik, daar was geen kwaad tussen julle.
Vriendelike besoek, ja.
friendly visits and all.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further.
Mr. Harmsen.
Thank you, Lord.
Andrews.
Ms. Andrews, I've got only one question.
Andrews, net een vraag. Die staat het vir u sorry, I will talk in English, Mama. The state asked you how long, the state asked you about Buddha, that's accused one, and Kelly's relationship. And the state then asked you how long do you think or know they were together, and you said 3 years. You remember that?
The state for the years about for them Kelly and Buddha. And the full commas of the 7 of the 3 years. Is the rest successful?
Die tydperk wat daar seënkinders gebly was 3 jaar.
The period when white child was living there was 3 years.
I don't want to make out like you're lying, but my instructions from accused one, Mr. Paulus, is that he met Kelly early 2023, and they moved in together when he built him the hockey there in middle 2023. Can you deny that?
Verskillend nommer reëls sou sê hy en Kelly het vroeër in 2023 ontmoet. Hy het toe voor 'n breek uit op 'n plek gesoek waar hulle toe gesoek. Maar dit en dat is het beide en in vroeër 2023 kommentaar.
Ek het kommentaar oor.
Ek wil 'n comment maak.
Kelly, Rico het by sy ma gebly omtrent 3 jaar.
Rico stayed with his mother for about 3 years.
Dit is na toe Kelly en Buddha by mekaar kom agterna. Toe was Rico na reeds by sy ma.
When Kelly and Buddha came together, Rico was already with his mother.
What I'm telling you is that my instructions are that Mr. Paulus and says that he met Kelly in the beginning of 2023 and they moved in together in the middle of 2023.
The scholar number is still saying and Kelly so that forward 2023 model 2023 sample and gekry.
Ek is nog nie seker presies van hulle datums nie.
I'm not precisely sure with their dates.
Maar dit was minder as 3 jaar wat Rico by sy ma was.
But it was less than the 3 years that Rico was with his mother.
Ms. Andrews, I hear you. The only question here is, do you know for how long Mr. Apollos, Buddha, and Kelly was together?
Die vraag is eenvoudig, die vrou is dat weet nie vir hoe lang was Kelly en Buddha getroud.
Ek sal sê as ek nou 'n antwoord van my gegee sou hulle 'n jaar en 'n half na 2 jaar sou hulle saam wees.
If I can give an answer about it, be a year and a half or 2.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Mkapai, I take it you've got none because nothing was said about your client. And Mr. Sivnarayan?
Thank you, my lord. Before I proceed, may I approach you, please?
Certainly. Do you have a fourth witness for today?
Thank you, my lord. I have consulted. Ma'am, do you recall when accused number 3 and Joslin's father, Josh, separated?
Kan u onthou wanneer beskuldigde nommer 3 en die vader van Josh so uit mekaar gekry is?
Ek kan nou nie presiese datums nie.
I don't have the exact date, my lord, dates, my lord.
Would you agree with me that after accused number 3 and Joslin's father had separated, there was no need for Joslin to come stay by you unless it was just for a holiday?
Sal die Christen stem nadat beskuldigde nommer 3 en die biologiese vader van Joslin so uit mekaar is, daar geen ander, daar geen rede waarom sê met Joslin die nie kom bly nie, behalwe dat hulle in vakansie.
Kan ek gou weer vra?
Can you ask that again?
Let me try and put it differently. After Josh and accused number 3 separated,
Nadat Josh en beskuldigde nommer 3 uit mekaar is,
there was no need for Joslin to be brought to your home to be kept safe.
dit was nie meer nodig dat Joslin te verbring van na u huis om veilig te wees nie.
Nee.
No.
And on occasions when there were issues with accused number 3 and Joslin's father, it was accused number 3 who would on her own bring Joslin to you to ensure her safety.
Steeds toe Joslin se ouers bymekaar was, en was dit Joslin die se besluit om Joslin te bring na u toe vir veiligheid.
Soms was dit 'n eie keuse, soms het die wêreld moet saam met haar aangekom het.
Sometimes it's their own choice, sometimes it's social development.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further.
Yes, thank you. Any re-examination?
No re-examination, my lord. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. You may be excused.
Yes, Ms. Gwen.
You may call the next witness.
My lord, may I be excused, my colleague?
Certainly. Who is the next witness? Ms. Swanepoel?
As the court pleases, my lord, I call Carin Zas. She is on the list of state witnesses.
Ms. Swanepoel, is this the person where Ms. Smith was working on the day?
My lord, yes, it is both her and her daughter, Kelly Zas. So it's
No.
2 Zas women.
The reason I'm asking you, subject to what Mr. Severance says, it seems a lot will not be an issue. So maybe you can lead the witness,
Thank you,
except
my
for
lord.
where there are differences, so that we save time.
Indeed, my
Thank
lord.
you. May swear in the witness.
Mijn naam is Carin Zas.
Carin Zas, my lord.
Do you have any objections taken to this described out?
Yeah.
No objection.
You swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please raise your right hand and say, I do, Islam.
I do, Yafnika.
Witness is sworn in, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Zas. You may be seated if you so wish. If you can try and speak up so that people can hear you.
We need to be after the work, it will go back to the next week and more.
Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. I have come to know you.
Just, if you look at the 115, insofar as it relates to accused number 3, a lot of the day is covered in there, hence I'm saying it might be common cause.
Indeed, my lord. Auntie Carin, that's how I got to know you. Auntie Carin, that's how the community calls you. Correct?
Iemand genoem in die gemeenskap as Auntie Carin as adres moet.
Yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
This is your first time in court?
Is it
Yeah.
die eerste keer in 'n hof?
Yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
So you can relax.
You
Okay?
can ontspan,
Take a deep breath.
diep asem, uit.
U bly in Restless Wave Straat.
You residing at the Restless Wave Street.
Yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
My lord, I'm going to try to keep to English. My apologies. I'm so used to just switching to Afrikaans.
I understand. I do the same.
Thank you, my lord. You know Kelly, accused number 3,
You
before
can
court.
Kelly Bestows number 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
How long have you known her?
For hoe lank as Kelly aan die begin bekend?
Meer as 4 jaar.
More than 4 years.
How did you get to know her?
Hoe het gekom dat jy vir haar geken het?
Kelly het eendag met haar kinders daar by my aangekom.
One day, Kelly came to my house with the kids.
En omstandighede het vir Kelly na my toe gebring.
Circumstances made Kelly to come to me.
Kelly het baie swaar gekry. En dis hoekom ek uitgereik het na Kelly en haar kinders.
Kelly struggled a lot, my lord. That's why I reached out to Kelly and her children.
En ek het nie in Kelly se belang gekyk nie, maar in haar kinders se belang.
I did not look into the interest of Kelly, but in the interest of her children.
Dis hoe Kelly by my gekom het.
That's how Kelly came to me.
En daarna het Kelly elke dag so by my huis gekom met haar kinders.
From then, Kelly would come every day to my house with the kids, the children.
En as ek miskien wil iets wil gedoen het, dan het ek haar gevra.
If I would love something to be done for me, my Lord, I would ask her.
Maar eintlik van jammer kry wat ek vir Kelly en haar kinders daar laat kom het.
But because of me feeling sorry for them, that's when I allowed Kelly and her kids to come to me.
Ek het elke dag vir hulle iets gegee om te eet as hulle daar kom.
Every day when they come to my place, I would give them something to eat.
Dis hoe ek vir Kelly kom en so het ek en Kelly die pad aangestap.
That's how I came to know Kelly. That's how me and Kelly went along the same way.
Kelly het baie liefdevolle kinders.
She has very lovable children.
En sy het haar kinders mooi groot gemaak.
She brought up her children very good.
Ek sê dit weer.
I'll say this again.
Ek het vir Kelly jammer gekry.
I felt sorry for Kelly.
En ek het gesien waar deur het sy gegaan.
I could see what she was going through.
Ek is self 'n ma.
I'm also a mother.
En as swakheid was sy 'n goeie ma vir kinders.
Even during her difficult times, she was a good mother to her children.
Ek is so jammer. Ek kan nie sê wat het gebeur nie.
I'm so sorry. I can't tell the court what happened.
Maar dis al wat ek weet.
Kelly was 'n goeie ma vir haar kinders.
All I know that Kelly was a good mother to her children.
En ek het maar net uitgereik na haar en haar kinders eerder.
I just reached out to her and her children, my Lord.
Okay.
Just one
Auntie
moment.
Carin?
Just one moment. I can see that Ms. Smith is very emotional. I'm going to take a 5-minute adjournment. Can somebody just comfort her and let me know, and I'll come back into court? Can the media just please show them there's some restraint? You're not necessarily focusing your cameras on at this stage. Give her a moment to compose herself. Court will adjourn for a short pause.
Standing on.
took a while longer. My registrar kept me abreast as to when we were ready to proceed. Ms. Swanepoel, how long are you going to be with evidence in chief of this witness?
My Lord, I'm going to try to do that to 3 o'clock or just after 3.
Ms. Zegas, are you available tomorrow morning again?
Yeah. Yes, my Lord.
So let's do the evidence in chief, then I'll get an idea from the defense. If they're going to have no questions or very little, then we might just as well bite the bullet this afternoon for the witness not to come back in the morning. But let's see how it goes. Thank you. The witness is still under oath.
Thank you, my Lord.
Confirm that, my Lord.
Ms. Zegas, it's correct that your daughter, Kelly Zegas, does she also stay in Restless Wave Street?
As het correct dat die dokter Kelly
Zegas.
Kelly Zegas is dezelfde
Zegas.
Ja, sy is woonagtig daar.
Yes, it is there.
And did Kelly, accused number 3, work for both you and your daughter Kelly Zegas as a domestic?
Kelly Smith vir beide vir u en die dokter gewerk as 'n huishoud.
Ja, sy het ons gehelp.
Yes, my Lord, she assisted us.
Please explain to us, did she work every day? Was this a set time, periods? How did it work?
Kan u voorop sê as dit elke dag het wat was dit toe gereeld?
Ja, sy laat ek dit reg stel.
Let me put it correctly, Lord.
Is reg, sy help vir ons.
She is helping us, yes.
Maar hoe stel ek dit? As sy laat sy vir ons werk.
It's just like she's working for us.
Dat ek sy kom daar uit jammerte. Dis hoekom Kelly daar vir ons help.
She would come there to us because out of sorrow. That's when she would come and assist us there.
Wie se jammerte?
Whose sorrow?
Ons kry haar jammer.
We felt sorry for her.
Now, let's just get to the answer. So, did she work every day, or was it every Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday? How did it work?
Ek sê kom geld elke dag maar tot Dinsdag of Donderdag tot dit met Maandag en Dinsdag. Hoe dit gewerk?
Sy het nie elke dag daar gewerk nie.
She wasn't working there every day.
Sy het elke dag by my gekom.
She would come to me every day.
Soos ek gesê het, dan het ek vir haar gehelp. Want ek het gesien waarin sit sy.
Then I said I assisted her, I helped her, because I could see as to what she was experiencing or what she was having.
Nou, hoe help jy haar?
Om vir haar na kinders kos te gee.
To give her and her children food.
Het jy haar ook betaal?
Would you also pay her?
Ja, ek het altyd vir haar iets gegee.
Yes, I would always give her something.
And what about Kelly?
What about Kelly?
Are you talking about Kelly Zegas?
Kelly Zegas, my lord, my apologies. Kelly Zegas.
Wat van haar?
Sy het baie gegaan by Kelly.
She wouldn't go a lot to Kelly.
Sy het net gegaan as Kelly vir haar gevra het om vir haar te help.
She would only go when Kelly asked her to come and assist her.
Maar sy was elke dag so te sê by my.
But she was every day at me, at my place.
Sy het ook nie net vir ek en Kelly gehelp nie.
She didn't only help me and Kelly.
Sy het vir ander mense ook gehelp.
Other people will also be helped by her.
En almal wil nie gehad dat Kelly met haar kinders daar kom nie.
Not all of them would want Kelly to go come there with the children.
Dan het sy al die kinders daar by my gelos.
She would help those stages where the refusal she come with the children to them. She would leave the children with me.
Of sy die kinders by Boeta gelos van sy nou op Boeta het.
She would leave now the kids with the Buddha. After now she was dating Buddha.
Ken jy vir Boeta?
Do you know Buddha?
Ja, Boeta het een keer vir my gepaint by die huis.
He once painted my house.
Okay. Now on this 19th of February 2024, it was the Monday. Did Kelly come to your house that day?
Die 19 van Februarie die jaar 2024, dit was 'n maandag. Het Kelly na u huis toe gekom?
Ja.
Yes.
Kelly die maandagoggend daar gekom.
Kelly came to my house on Monday morning.
En dit was 7:30 die oggend.
It was about 7:30 in the morning.
En my woorde was daarna.
My words to her was,
Kelly, jy's aan vroeg vanoggend. Waar is die ander 2 kinders?
I said to her, you are very early today. Where are the other two kids?
Want Kelly neem eers vir Rico en vir Joslin weer skool toe.
She would firstly take Rico and Joslin to school.
En dan sal sy daar vanaf so 10 voor 5 voor 8 daar kom.
Then she would come to my between 10 to 5 to 8.
En dan sal ek, soos ek het maar gewoonlik doen, vir Rachel 'n broodjie insit.
Then I would take a bread for Rachel.
En dan sal ons koffie drink.
We will have some coffee.
En dan sal Kelly vir Rachel skool toe neem.
That's when Kelly would take Rachel to school.
Daai skool is nou kleuterskool, crash.
Die crash, ja.
It is a crash.
So this morning she came early and you asked her where are the other 2 children. Did she answer you?
He said to us, he said to Farman, he's terug van die bewoners en toe vra die weer waar die ander 2 kinders was. Hy sê wat hy geantwoord.
Ja. Sy het vir my gesê,
she said to me,
hulle 2 is nie lekker nie. Hulle is skool toe nie.
The two of them are not feeling well. They didn't went to school.
So on this morning, did you follow the same recipe? Pack the bread for Rachel, add coffee, then she takes her to the crash.
So dit was hetzelfde routine wat jy gevolg het, breedjie gepak vir Rachel, jy het koffie gehad en toe vat sy door Rachel skool toe.
Ja.
Yes.
This crash, how far is it from your house?
Hierdie kleuterskool, hoe ver is dit van die woning?
Seker 5 minute.
Probably 5 minutes.
Can you see the crash from your house?
Van waar die huis is, kan jy die kleuterskool sien?
Ja.
Yes.
And did she then return?
Het sy toe teruggekom?
Ja, sy het teruggekom.
Yes, she returned.
En waarvan sy die sleutel kom haal het by my van my Kelly. En
then
dan
she came to fetch the key from me. That's the key of my Kelly.
Waarvan sy daarvan dan gaan skoonmaak het.
That's when from there she went to clean up, to clean.
She told you she's now going to Kelly's house.
Sy het vir gesê ek gaan na Kelly se huis toe.
Ja.
Yes.
When did she return to your house?
Wanneer het sy toe teruggekeer na die huis toe?
Daai was so 12:10.
It could have been 12:10.
At what time about, sorry, if you can remember, what time about was it that she left for Kelly's house?
Kan u onthou hoe laat sou sy die huis verlaat het na Kelly's huis toe?
Past 8.
Past 8. Goodness sake.
All right, so at 12:10, she came to your house.
Hy sê so by 12:10 kom sy na u huis toe.
Ja, sy het gekom en gesê sy gaan nou af huis toe.
She came and then she said she's going to her house.
En ek het vergeet om te sê, sy het ook vir my die oggend gevra of ek vir haar R2 wil leen nie, R200 wil leen nie.
I forgot to mention to her that morning she wanted to know from me, can't I borrow her R200?
Waar ek haar gesê, dis okay, en sy het ook gesê, sy is nie lus om meer buite vuur te maak.
Then I said, it's fine, because she said she doesn't like making fire outside anymore.
Wat sy af huis toe gaan, het ek vir haar R50 gegee.
When she went home, I gave her R50.
Want sy het gesê sy wil brood koop vir die kinders by die huis.
She said she wanted to buy bread for the kids at home.
And do you recall what time she returned to your house?
Kan u onthou hoe laat sy terugkeer na u huis toe?
Sy seker so 10 voor haar. Een het sy teruggekom.
It's about 10:45 she came back.
Sy het brood by haar gehad?
Sy het bread met haar.
Nee, sy het die brood by haar gehad, die van sy afplakkerskant gegaan. Kan ek nie vir u sê of sy die brood gekoop het of wat nie.
No, she didn't come back to the bread because she went down to the sheds. I won't be able to tell you whether she bought the bread or not.
All right. So she returned, what then?
Sy kom toe terug en wat toe?
Sy het teruggekom, ek het vir haar die sleutel gegee.
She came back and I gave her the keys.
En toe sy weer oor na Kelly toe.
Then she went over to Kelly's.
En wat die groot skool uitkom.
When the big school was coming out.
Seker tydjie daarna kom sy na my toe terug.
Just a minute after that, I think she came back to me.
What time is that about, that the big school comes out?
Hoe laat sal die groot skool uitkom?
Voor 2. Ek is nog nie seker nie.
Before 2, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Ja, en daarna toe sy sy gaan kom vir haar Shell. En toe sy vir haar Shell gaan haal.
After that, she said she was going to fetch Rochelle. She went to fetch Rochelle.
Sy het 'n hele rukkie weggebly.
She was gone for quite a period.
Maar wat ek ook kan sê, Kelly is lief gepraat en sy praat van almal dit weet ons. Daarom het ek eens geworry nie van dis haar routine.
She is a very talkative person, people know her. So that's why I wasn't worried, that was a routine. She would speak to a lot of people.
Sy het seker sê oor 'n 3 kwartier het sy teruggekom met haar Shell.
Maybe after an hour, but 3/4 of an hour she came back with Rochelle.
So let's just interrupt there. So this walk to the creche and back, which should take approximately in total 10 minutes, now took half an hour to 3/4 of an hour, about.
Hierdie stap vanaf die woning tot by die Petersburg self woon dit 10 tot 15 minute daarheen en terug geneem. Maar op hierdie dag het sy 1 uur tot 'n kwartier geneem.
Ja.
Yes.
She came with Rochelle and then?
Sy het teruggekom met Rochelle en toe wat gebeur toe?
Sy het teruggekom met Rochelle. Sy het vir Rochelle gelos daar by my en my kleinkind wat sy maar altyd doen. En
she came back with Rochelle and left Rochelle with me and my grandchild, which she usually do.
En toe sy terug na Kelly toe.
Then she went back to Kelly's.
En toe sy nou klaar gemaak wat sy moet maak.
After she finished what she was supposed to do,
toe sy seker so past 3 of voor 3 het sy teruggekom.
and then she came back, probably after 3 or before 3, she came back.
En toe het ons daar gesit, soos altyd.
Then we sit there, like as usual.
En toe het sy nog gewag vir Kelly, vir my Kelly, die werk het gekom.
She was waiting for my Kelly to come from work.
En Kelly het so voor 5 gekom.
Then Kelly came at about before 5.
En my woorde was aan my Kelly, Kelly, sy het nou klaar maak dat ons begrafplaas toe kan gaan.
Then my words to Kelly was that we must finish Kelly because we must go to the graveyard.
Want dit was my dogter se verjaarsdag.
Because it was my daughter's birthday.
En Kelly is so weg so voor 5.
Then Kelly left before 5 o'clock.
Toe sy af huis toe.
Went down home.
En ek en Kelly en die kinders is begrafplaas toe.
Myself and the children went. Kelly and the children went to the graveyard.
Kelly het eers vir my dogter gefoon.
Kelly first called my daughter.
Toe ons teruggekom aan die begrafplaas gegaan.
After we came back from the graveyard.
Hy seker so 5:30 voor 6.
About 5 before 6.
En toe sê sy van daar sê Joslin wat weg is. Of ons nie met Joslin gesien het nie.
Then she told us about Joslin, but didn't we see Joslin?
This is now a phone call from her to Kelly.
Was it no oproep van haar naar Kelly?
Ja.
That's correct.
En so sy vir my ook gewoon en gesê van of ek met Joslin gesien het of Joslin er voorbij gegaan het. Toe sê ek, nee, maar ek het nie met Joslin gesien nie.
She called me and then told me that, asked me did I see Joslin? Did the Joslin pass? I said no, I didn't see Joslin.
En toe het ek gevra waar Riquan.
Then I wanted to know from her where Riquan was.
Toe sy gesê Riquan is op na Mr. Lou toe.
Then she said Riquan went up to Mr. Lowe.
All right. And later on, during that evening?
And later on, gedurende daai aand,
did anything happen that you know of?
Iets gebeur wat u van kennis dra?
Ek het vir Kelly gefoon en gevra of hulle Joslin gekry het. Sy het gesê nee.
I called Kelly, inquiring from her if they found Joslin. Then she said no.
En ek het vir haar gesê, Kelly gevra, Kelly het die polisie gefoon.
Then I wanted to know from her, Kelly, did you call the police?
En sy het gesê, sy het hulle kontak. En die aand laat, ek kan nie sê hoe laat, maar het was gedurende 'n load shedding.
And then she said she called them, and later that night, I think it was during load shedding.
En my Kelly het vir my gefoon en gesê, Mami, Kelly en die lang oukie, ek weet nog nie wat is sy naam nie, gaan by Mami kom en hulle lig kom haar, want hulle soek nog steeds vir Joslin.
My Kelly called and told me that, Mommy, Kelly and this tall guy, I don't know who the man was, would come to you to ask for a light because they were still looking for Joslin.
Kelly het gekom en wat ek die deur oopsluit, toe begin ek te skel, want ek skel van.
Then Kelly came, and then I opened the door and I started swearing at her because that's what I usually do.
En ek het vir haar die lig gegee.
I gave her the light.
En toe is hulle weg.
Then they left.
Hoekom skel jy haar?
Why do you swear at her?
Omdat ek haar gevra het, waar is die kind?
Because I asked her where the child was.
Ek sal haar altyd aanspreek.
I would always speak to her.
Miss Lombard, Mr. Honorable, I think we take it up to the evening of that evening, then we adjourn until tomorrow morning. I don't know whether there's still going to be more in the days following from this witness.
Very short.
Okay, then let's see how far we get.
Thank you, my lord. Goed. After that visit to your house to give the light, did you see Kelly or anyone in connection with this that night?
Nadat u die lig van gegee het u weer vir Kelly en as gesien in verband met wat hy daar so gebeur het?
Nee.
No.
Okay. Before Kelly left your house,
Voordat Kelly is verlaat het,
that afternoon around about 5 o'clock,
die middag so by 5 uur,
did you then give her more money?
het u vir meer geld gegee?
Ja, ek het vir haar weer die R150 gegee.
Yes, I gave her R150.
En ek het ook vir haar gesê, Kelly, sit nou die gas in die bottel.
Then I said to her, you must fill the gas into this cylinder.
So was the 150 rand for the gas?
Was hierdie R150 vir die gas?
Ja, sy het vir my die R200 gevra, waar ek haar die R50 gegee die middag, en die R150 wat sy huis toe gaan die aand 5 uur.
Yes, my lord, because she asked for 200 rands for me. The afternoon I gave the lunchtime I gave her the 50 rands and the 150 rands before she went home.
Did you know that Kelly was using drugs?
Het u geweet of het u kennis gehad dat Kelly enige dwelms gebruik?
Ja.
Yes.
Kelly, in die begin het ek geweet sy gebruik drugs.
In the beginning I knew she was using drugs.
Maar ek sê weer, ek het nie vir haar daar laat kom ter wille van haar nie, maar omstandighede, haar kinders.
As I said, my lord, I did not allow her to come to my place, but the situation or the circumstances as far as the child, the children are concerned.
Weet u van wanneer af sy, I'm sorry, do you know since when she and Buddha started this relationship?
Weet u van wanneer sy en Buddha met die verhouding so begin het?
Ek kan nou nie presies sê nie.
I can't exactly say, my lord.
Maar Kelly met die wat Kelly so rond gebly.
Now, Kelly is staying here and there, my lord.
Kelly het in Oesterstraat by 'n dame gebly.
She was residing in Oester Street with a lady.
Maar ouma het vir haar 'n Wendy house by die kerk gekoop.
But grandma bought a Wendy house for her from the church.
En waarvan sy vir my gesê het, sy moet die mense betaal om die Wendy house te gaan haal om in plakkerskamp op te sit.
That's when she said to me that she's supposed to pay the people who will go and fetch the Wendy house to direct it in the shanty area.
Waarvan ek nog haar ook geld gegee en gesê het, Kelly, betaal maar die mense, laat jy op jou eie kan kom.
That's when I gave her money and said, Kelly, rather pay these people for you to be on your own.
Kelly het toe die ook gehad en die ook laat kom, maar Kelly het die mense gehad om vir haar te help met die opsetting.
She made the bungalow came, then after the bungalow arrived, she didn't have people as to erect.
Toe Kelly en Buddha was seker maar vriende, ek kan regtig vir u sê nie.
Maybe Buddha and Kelly were friends, but I won't be able to tell you.
So het Kelly vir my kom sê, sy sê vir my, ma Carin, nie met ma Carin nie, ma, en ek het dit so baie gesê. Maar toe Kelly gekom en gesê, die mans wat vir haar gaan help met die Wendy opsit, wil ook betaal is.
Then Kelly came to me and said to the people to erect this bungalow also need to be paid.
Waarvan ek weer van geld gegee het en gesê betaal maar die mense, laat die mense die ding kan opsit.
I gave her money again and said to her that give the people the money for them to erect this Wendy house.
Toe die bungalow opgesit,
Wendy house was erected.
Maar toen was het daar nog werkjes dat gedoen wordt aan die bungalow.
But there were still some touch-ups to be done on this bungalow.
En waar, want sy toe vir my gesê, die ander sou nou nie kom nie, maar Boeta was bereid om vir haar te help.
Then she said the others refused to come, but Buddha was prepared to assist.
En so het Boeta vir Kelly gehelp.
And then that's how Buddha helped to kill.
Ek het nie geweet nie, want Boeta het nie by die huis gebly daai tyd nie.
At that stage I didn't know because he wasn't residing at that house at that stage.
Nou kan ek nie sê wat het gebeur verder nie.
Ja.
I won't be able to tell you what happened further.
Terug, dankie. So is that the house, the hockey that she put up, that they were staying in now until the 19th of February when Joslin went missing?
Is dit dieselfde wanneer is wat hulle nou beide gaan bly tot by die tyd toe Joslin vermis is?
Ja.
That's correct.
And do you want to tell the court whether you have had losses at your house?
Het enige iets verloor by jy is?
Just one moment.
Ja.
Just one moment.
Yes.
Ms. Swanepoel, where are you going?
I'll leave it, my lord. I will leave it. That's the evidence of this witness.
I suspected you were going to lead character evidence. All right. Mr. Harms, let me first hear from Mr. Sivnarayan how long he's going to be with the witness, because he's the only one that might spend time with the witness. Mr. Sivnarayan, I'm planning, if I don't need to let a witness come back for a second day, I would prefer that, but if you need time, if you need to prepare yourself, then you just have to do that.
My Lord, may I just take a question?
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right. So let's start with Mr. Harmse. Do you have any questions?
My Lord, I have no questions, my Lord.
Ms. Kapai? None. Thank you. Mr. Sivnarayan. The only issue that seems to be different are the amounts of money when it was taken, whether it was 50 Rand and 200 or whether it was 50 and 150.
Yes, that's correct, my Lord.
In
There's
the
just
plea.
one other aspect that I just wanted to deal with. Thank you, my Lord. Ma'am, you told us after lunch, when accused number 3 went to go pick up the child from creche, she was gone for about 30 minutes to about 45 minutes.
Hy het gesê nadat beskuldigde nommer 3 toe teruggekeer het, op soeke van hulle by die Friederskom. Het sê dit geneem van 30 tot te kwart op 20 minuten.
Ja, dis reg.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, ma'am, I just want to find out, before you came to testify today, were you given an opportunity to go through your statement that you made to the police?
Voordat u vandag opgetuig het, was u toe 'n geleentheid gegee of gegee om deur u verklaring te neem wat te gaan wat u aan die polisie sou gee?
Ja.
Yes.
Maar laat u geonlig. Ek het een keer erna gekyk, omdat dit wat ek sê net die waarheid is. En net die waarheid gaan my vrymaak.
I say only once, my Lord, because I know what is in my statement is the truth, and only the truth will set me free.
Yes, ma'am. I also had the opportunity of going through your statement, and with regard to time, when my client went to collect her daughter from the creche, in your statement it's either 10 minutes or 20 minutes. The writing is not very clear. What do you say to that?
In verband met die tyd wat Kelly sou gaan iemand toe sê die kind gaan haal, volgens sy verklaring dat het voorkoms of dit 10 en 20 minute is, dit is eigenlijk duidelijk in verband met die aanspraak gemaakt, dit is een eigenlijk, wat is die commentaar daarop?
Kelly dat kind gehaal is reg, soos sy sê.
So when you were to child, yes, that's correct.
So, Carin sal so om het by so as hy net gaan en terugkom. Maar omdat ek Kelly ken, Kelly gesels met almal en waar Kelly gegaan het, weet net sy.
She wouldn't just go and come back. Kelly's the person who speaks to a lot of people. She was the only person as to where she went to.
Just a moment, Mrs. Ifnara. So, Ms. Zigas, if I understand your evidence correctly, you make nothing of the fact that she might have taken longer than what was needed, because she's a chatterbox that could talk to everyone that she would encounter, and that could have made up the extra time.
Maar geen verskil vir u op sê. Daar het gekom met 'n plan sy community, want sy weet sy is 'n persoon wat gekom met mense gesels.
That's if I understand your evidence correctly.
Dis wat u getuienis verstaan.
Ja.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Any re-examination, Ms. Swanepoel? Good news, Ms. Zigas, you don't have to come back tomorrow unless you want to come back. Your evidence is done, so you may be excused.
Goeie nis, u hoef nie morgenoggend te kom nie, want dan kan u aan die kant kan opkom, maar die getuienis is klaar van die is nie verskoot dan.
Baie dankie julle.
Thank you.
Dankie.
So, I'm going to adjourn the matter till 9 tomorrow morning. We're scheduling for 9. In the event that I am delayed, it shouldn't be for too long. I am unfortunately calling my Tuesday morning roll, which I'll be calling at 7:30 tomorrow morning, and then I'll make my way here. I'm confident that I should be here by 9, but if I'm a few minutes delayed, that might be the reason, because I've been in another court hearing since early morning. Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn in custody, Malmesbury. Ms. Smith in custody, Langebaan cells. And please give your colleagues the heads up as to who and how many tomorrow. We did well today. We finished 4 witnesses. But we can still do better. The court will adjourn.